When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Stories we are covering today. China expert reveals why the Chinese threats to shoot down Pelosi's plane may not be just some bluster. Wisconsin DOJ opens investigation into the fraudulent ballot stunt by Republicans. We'll talk about that. Featured stories today. Our GOP leader caught on tape, superhero, caught on tape, saying collateral damage is fine as we pursue the Trump's election, what the media will call lies, of course, report. And Fox News banning Donald Trump from the network. It's a war on the white race, folks. Go free lesson of the day. Republicans and conservative content creators attack faux. We're going to be talking so apropos given everything going on in the Republican Party right now. And we will talk also about Isolationist and also the MC, where one is harmed, all are harmed. A reading from chapter 52 in Crucible, Equal Treatment, your comments and calls. And then there is this. An old woman goes to the doctor. She says, "Doctor, I have the worst problem. I'm passing gas hundreds of times a day. In fact, while you and I have been in your examination room, I've passed gas more than a dozen times. Fortunately, they all are silent and odorless. My heavens, I shudder at the thought of people knowing. What can you do to help me?" The doctor smiles and hands her a bottle of pills and says, "Just take these and come back in a week." When she returns to the doctor's office a week later, she's distraught. She says, "Doctor, the pills didn't work. In fact, it's worse. I'm still passing gas hundreds of times a day, and they are still silent. But now they smell like decaying flesh." "Good," the doctor replies. "Now that we've cleared up your sinuses, we can get to work on your hearing." And it is 5 p.m. or roughly there in once great state of Virginia, across the river from Mordor on the Potomac. It's 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you. We're going free. We're making waves. We're the ones who are changing the world. We are the ones who are having our dialectic, our lexicon picked up and used by those who would like to displace and replace those of us in service to white well-being with their white negativity, but also by the anti-whites, exactly as planned. And isn't that beautiful? You may financially gift over the course of this gathering, which will be roughly about 4 hours or so. You can do that over on Entropy. You can do that on Odyssey, and you can do that on Cash App. The links for all of those are in the description below. You may also financially gift cryptocurrencies if anybody does that anymore. They don't do it here. No anonymous financial gifts over the course of the previous week. But you can go to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. Find the financial gift tab. You may click there and you will find the cryptocurrencies that we use and the snail mail address as well. If you would like to ask me a question, tell me to go to hell, whatever it might be, over the course of this wonderful Going Free gathering, during which time we're going to learn marvelous things and your world is going to be changed. You can do so by tagging me as No White Guilt on all of the different platforms that we are on. And please, as we are getting started here today, please grab the URL and share it in your circles. There is really no excuse why you shouldn't be doing this. This is an environment where only an anti-white out of his bleeping mind would be upset about the things that we are saying. All is invited of every mutable characteristic to take on anti-whiteism, and we strongly encourage you to share. Why is that? Well, we started off right before the day, right before the show here, with the discovery that even though it still says 22.8 thousand subscribers on this channel, overnight, in fact, YouTube deleted a ton of subscribers, probably all brand new subscribers. This is what the anti-whites do because they are villainous pieces of shit. And they hate white people, and they want to victimize white people, and they want to prevent white people from finding out how to push back against what they're doing. In fact, it went from 850 some for the 0.8 to 750 some over the course of the night. A giant deletion. I guarantee you those are all brand new subscribers. We have to find a way for new people who are coming on board, who are coming to us through the very expensive ads that we run on Gab and elsewhere, all the work that we're doing and all the work that you're doing. We've got to find a new way to be able to alert them, a way that they'll be able to say, I'm good with signing on to that so that I can receive alerts, because you damn well know the anti-whites at YouTube are just going to delete Stasi style, bit of a tongue twister, their subscriptions, because they're not going to be remembering to come on over on Sunday at 5 Eastern time. So I appreciate everybody who will be reaching out now in their circles of influence with the URL so we can bring as many people to white well-being as can possibly be brought to white well-being. Why don't we go ahead and we will spin this way, and we will find if the microphone is working fine, and if the visual is working fine, please let me know. And we're going to spin around right over here because we're going to jump right into the first item we have on our agenda. China expert reveals why Chinese threats to shoot down Pelosi's plane may not be bluster. Could you imagine? These they are monsters over there. The Communist Chinese Party, I mean, they are absolute monsters. And they are, make no mistake about it, they are moving as swiftly as they can, while Western kind is as sick as it is with anti-whiteism, to take as much of the world as they possibly can, in my opinion, because they know that at some point, if Western kind recaptures our destiny, we're not going to put up with them anymore. We're not going to put up with them dominating our world. We're not going to put up with them dominating our lives, dominating what can be said and what cannot be said, what can be thought, what cannot be thought. Their population might be okay with that, or maybe they're not okay with it, because what did they kill? Like 70 million of them who disagreed? But they are rapidly becoming, and have been, our problem. We have to cure ourselves of anti-whiteism so we can have at these Chinese. Author and China expert Gordon Chang explained why Chinese threats to shoot down House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's plane on her potential Taiwan trip, quote, may not be bluster. Friday on the Ingram angle. Don't even like Ingram is garbage. That woman over there at Fox. Chang says this very well may not be bluster. Jason Chaffetz was sitting in, it looks like, for Ingram. He said, you know an awful lot about what's going on here. What's your response to this blustering by China? Chang says this very well may not be bluster. It's inconceivable to us that the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, in other words, disgusting, vile, murderous, 70 million corpses Communist Chinese Party would shoot down Pelosi's plane. But you got to remember, and I'm sure there are some good people inside the Communist Party of China. You got to remember, at this very instant, there are 4 Chinese warships in Japanese territorial water in the East China Sea. There are Chinese troops deep into Indian-controlled territory in the Himalayas. A few weeks ago, the Chinese provoked a crisis in the South China Sea with the Philippines. China is lashing out. It might be Taiwan, but it might be someplace else. This is an extremely dangerous regime at this moment, and it absolutely is. He's 100% right about the Chinese. And we were reading just a couple of weeks ago about the Chinese talking about bases on the moon. And then I reminded you all of a couple of years ago when one of their emissaries somewhere had said something about being able to strike their enemies from the moon, and also their desire to go to Mars and set up bases there. So the Chinese have very big ambitions, and they are bringing together their best, their absolute geniuses, and of course stealing everything they can every moment that they can. And of course, across the West, everything that is invented here is up for not even the highest bidder, just anybody who will buy, because we've now become nothing more than laissez-faire capitalism. Nothing matters. The country doesn't matter. Our countries don't matter. There isn't a Christian moral principle to get in the way anymore. It's just whatever will make you a buck. And so the Chinese, I mean, you think, well, these people say, well, they don't invent much. Well, they steal everything, and they will happily buy whatever people will sell to them. And then their geniuses that they are all bringing from the totality of the billion-plus population into their economic war-making machine will do the rest. That's a future for us that is growing, a shadow that is getting longer and longer as a consequence of us being defeated by anti-whiteism and our inward focus about how do the black people feel about the white people today? Have we done enough for them today? How about the Hispanics? How about the Jews? How about just this endless garbage? How about the people who don't know what gender they are? Today, they're one gender different than the gender before. How about those people? Are they feeling good enough, happy enough today? Have we felt enough guilt? Have we taught white guilt? Have we talked about how awful we are enough? Rather than the real problems in the world. That's what we're consuming ourselves with. We'll jump on over to Wisconsin. DOJ opens investigation into fraudulent ballot stunt. So what happened here is Republicans there filled out some ballots and to demonstrate that it's easy to fake, because they've claimed now that Democrats faked thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of votes. This is their claim. And then they went ahead and they said, we can prove that it can be done. And then they filled out a few. And now the Democrats, the local sheriff there said, of course, I'm not going to arrest you for this. It was clearly, you were clearly making a political statement with what you had done. You're not actually going to be voting with these fake ballots. But the Democrats at the federal level, and by way of the Democrats of Wisconsin, all of these anti-whites are saying, nope, we're going to prosecute. We're going to find a way to prosecute these people for what they had done. That's what you're up against. Tuesday on Jason Goes Political at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I am going to share with all of you how we remedy fraudulent ballots in the United States. And maybe the same thing could be done everywhere. I have the remedy. I could make this happen overnight, prevent the Democrats from faking ballots anymore. I will tell you exactly how I will do it on Tuesday. Jason Goes Political, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Make sure you're here. Tell your friends. Here's a really exciting featured story of today, the first of the two, and very happy about this. The GOP leader, and now be aware here, be aware. This is very encouraging information, because you have white people, ordinary folks across the United States who have become so fed up, and this is happening all across Western civilization right now. Look at the farmers filling the highways in Europe. Look at all of these protests. People are trying to push back. They don't have a vehicle. They don't, and the vehicle to push back against psychological warfare is the psychological defense that we have here in service to white well-being, the Go Free method. We have to get this to these people, because their angst, their anger, their pushback is not going to last long in the face of psychological warfare. You merely have to look at South Africa to see what happens to us in one of our once great countries when we do not have a psychological defense. And once again, it's not going to be Christian nationalism. It's not going to be some sort of inclusive populism, because these things do not have the moral high ground in anti-white society, and they simultaneously aren't focused on race. And if they aren't focused on race, then the white race is going to suffer as a consequence in the end, as it always does. But you should feel some enthusiasm. You should feel some positivity about the fact that ordinary white folk, people who we would call normally functionally comatose Mayberry morons, rank and file, though, in the conservative movement, in the Republican Party, etc., are pushing back. In fact, I'll tell you this first before we get into this GOP leader. And this, of course, is something that anti-whites want to make you believe is something awful that's happening down in, where was it, Nevada? I think it is. Yeah, it's in Nevada. We'll get to that in 1 second, because the first thing I want to point out is Liz, the lying anti-white whore Cheney, is about to lose her seat in Wyoming. We hope so. The CNN and others, literally CNN and others, were out in Wyoming, and they were asking about the primary, and Wyoming's going to be voting for Liz Cheney. And they all said no. They all said she's a bum. Throw the bitch out. I could not agree more. Throw this anti-white bitch out of office. She's done. Never to see it. These are the ordinary rank and file. What do they need, though? They need to hear from folks like us. They need the Go Free method. They need to know what they can do in their own minds to push back. You know what all they could say was, this is a witch hunt. That's not going to be good enough. The anti-whites will use the psychological warfare of anti-whiteism to flip these people overnight. We need to get the Go Free method to them so that they will have the moral high ground. They will gladly accept it in their anger right now, in their angst about what's going to happen to the country, when somebody they vote for that they thought was actually going to go up there and represent them and represent America. Remember the dog whistle. We're going to make America great again. And those white people thought, you're finally talking about us. No, it was the deceptive dog whistle. Or what was it? That first last was the dog while that the Republicans are up to. This is the deception. And those people in Wyoming, they finally get it. They're finally realizing, when they have a representative like Cheney over there, they're finally realizing, my God, we got to get this bum out of office. We got to send this bitch home, send this bitch back, send her back to the whorehouse where she came from. Because for God's sakes, and here you have the writing on the wall of what the Republicans are willing to do. You want to know if the Republicans are the good guys? You want to know if the Republicans represent you? Here's what the Republican Party in Wyoming is doing. They are telling Democrat voters right now to register as Republicans so that they can ensure that Liz Cheney will be the representative of the Republican Party in the election. What do you think of that? What do you think of that, rank and file Republicans and conservatives out there, nationalists and patriots out there? That your great Republican leader has recourse to Democrat voters. Make sure that I stay as the Republican representative so you can keep getting your Democrat outcomes, so you can keep getting more radically anti-white outcomes. We got to make sure we keep victimizing white people in Wyoming. The only way we're going to do that is if you register as Republican and make sure that you put me up there as the Republican representative so that when I win office in the great state of Wyoming, I will be able to continue being anti-white from now until the end of white people. She is a piece of shit. She's a great opportunity for you to go to that office. If you are near any of those offices where she has offices, to get to that office, bring your phone, bring a camera, bring a buddy, put these people on the spot. The Wyomings, they're not going to put up with it. Put these people on the spot. Why don't you care about white people? Why are you trying to register Democrats so that you can victimize white people in Wyoming? Get them to say, oh, well, we care about everybody. Or say the white race. Say you're going to stand up for the white race. Say, Cheney, that you're going to stand up for the white race. Get that on video and then promulgate that across the entire electorate in that state so that this filthy bitch, even if she gets enough Democrats to register as Republicans, doesn't end up in her seat again. So she can be sent home. These Wyomings, I'm going to tell you what, if you let them know that she doesn't care about white people, they're not going to vote for her. Unbelievable that this is what the Republican Party does, getting the Democrats to register as Republicans so that she can keep her seat as a Republican. Makes sense. Listen to this. You're going to love this story as we're about to hit the bottom of the hour. The crisis in the Republican Party of Nevada was revealed in an audio recording of a meeting of local officials in the state's second largest county. Quote, a secret recording at Washoe County Republican Party headquarters earlier this month reveals a serious divide about how to handle claims of election fraud ahead of November's ballot. This was reported by the Reno Gazette-Journal. How do you think this is going to shake out? What do you think that they were doing over their Republican headquarters in the second largest county? Now, we have heard, and we continue to hear, and I'm sure it's false. Because why? Because anti-whites control the news and entertainment industry. They control all of they control 99% of tech. And so we all have to say that there was no election fraud, right? But there are a lot of investigations, especially in that state, that those investigations are claiming that they have demonstrated election fraud and that they know exactly how it was done and they can show, and this is what they're claiming. Of course, we here know that it's false. But how is the Republican Party behaving? We just saw how this Liz Cheney, how she's behaving as a Republican, and the Republican Party is endorsing that. How is the Republican Party behaving? And remember, why are we even bothering to mention the Republicans? Because this is what white people who are not vehemently anti-white and who want the white race to end right now, this is the party they believe will represent them even a little bit, will stand up for them even a little bit. They're giving right now all across the country in the United States, they're giving millions of dollars, white people, to Republican candidates that they believe will stand up for them, even when it's by way of dog whistles, wink, wink, wink. We're going to do something for you. We'll make sure we're going to do something for you, wink, wink, wink. Millions of dollars at fundraising dinners, at fundraising events, etc. Millions and millions and millions of dollars. What could we do with that kind of money for those people? What could we do with that kind of money for the good white people in Wyoming, for the good white people in Nevada? I've got no problem saying we're going to stand up for white well-being in the interests of white people. We're going to put an end to the victimization of white people. And if your politician can't say that, you need to send them packing. Yes, get a Democrat in there. Let the Democrat continue to ruin things. Let the Democrat continue to ruin things. Has putting things in neutral for the past 100 years done America any good? Has voting for the lesser of two evils done America any good? You need right now to understand, you rank and file conservative, Republican, patriot, constitutionalist, Second Amendment, First Amendment rights activists, whatever it is, you need to understand right now that you need the people who can say your name. Because if they can't say your name, white race, Western kind, Westman, if they can't say it, they're not doing shit for you. Nothing. Not a little bit better than Democrats. Nothing. Understand that now. This is what they're doing. Here's the internal battle. And I think the names also during this article might speak to you as well. In the recording, GOP Treasurer Sandra Linares warned Chairman Bruce Parks. So Linares is warning Bruce Parks that a focus on debunked claims of election fraud were harming donations. So here you have this woman, this Linares female, who's going to this guy, Parks, and she's saying, well, focusing on the fraud is harming how much money we bring in. You know what I'm going to say to that? Bullshit. The only kind of people who won't fund the Republican Party because they're looking into election fraud are anti-whites. So if Linares is saying, I know a bunch of anti-whites over here who are not giving us the money that they normally give us because we're focusing on election fraud. And why wouldn't you? If you have, irrespective of Trump, just totally irrespective of the entire Trump community, if you have evidence, and these people claim to have lots of evidence and proof of how it was done, of election fraud that defeated your party, then how in Christ's name would a donor to the Republican Party object to investigations? Why would they continue to fund a rigged game? The only kind of person that would object and say, well, we're not going to give the money that we usually give are the people who are anti-white and they want the other side to win. Those are the only folks who are going to stop donating. And then what you need to do is take their names down, because in the future, you know, if they ever show up with money, they're going to want something radically anti-white out of that candidate. Every single donor, who's going to want to throw away their money? And that's what it would be for every single Republican donor, is to throw away money if election fraud continues in their minds. In their minds. You can't keep investigating election fraud because they won't pay into the fraud anymore. You see, that's how this works, isn't it? Ms. Linares, Ms. Linares taking on the hero Parker in this, and he's a hero. You're going to find out if you are in Nevada, or if you can get a phone call out there. You have to get a hold of this county. Make sure that Parker knows that you think that his ass deserves a crown. Make sure the Republican Party there knows that this guy, Bruce Parks, is kicking ass and taking names, and you support him and you love him for it. Make sure that they know that. Show up at the office, shake his hand, congratulate him when you hear what he said in a secret recording against Ms. Linares, anti-white. Linares says, we're hurting our candidates. So doesn't it sound like just a female browbeating the shit out of you? We're hurting our candidates because we're investigating fraud. You've got to stop. Can I browbeat you? I'm going to bitch and complain a little bit more. You see, this is why you can't have women involved. This is why, if you're going to succeed in politics and warfare, women can be nowhere close to what's happening. This is why. We're hurting our candidates. Don't you see they're crying and they're in pain? No, bitch. We're benefiting our people in our party. That's what we're doing. We're getting rid of the trash. And you, Linares, are next. He responded. Here's what Parks said in response to Linares browbeating him. And guilt, and what is it they do? They blame and shame and finger wag. That's the female tactic. Blame and shame and finger wag. You're hurting the party. You're hurting the candidates. Radical anti-whites won't give them money to put up signs. Parks said this, get this man a cape. Sometimes there's collateral damage, close quote. Get that man a cape. Let me clink some coffee mugs with this man over here, Parks. Drinking to Parks here, bitch. It tastes extra good with all of your finger wagging in there, with all of your bitching and browbeating. Yes, all of your blaming and shaming. Sometimes there's collateral damage. I wish I had been there. It gets better. This guy is such an epic hero. I don't even know who this guy is. I've never seen him. I know nothing about him. But I can tell by reading this conversation that he must have a set. That's all. This Parks guy must have a set. The GOP officials discussed Reno attorney Joey Gilbert, who lost the GOP nomination for governor to Joe Lumbaugh, but has refused to concede. Gilbert is suing in a lawsuit backed by major donor Robert Beatles, who leads the county Parks Election Integrity Committee. So it's being backed by Robert Beatles, who leads the county Parks Election Integrity Committee. So there was some funny business there, and this guy says, "Hold on, I'm gonna back his lawsuit." Party Secretary Carol Feinberg hoped Parks could find someone to talk to the pair. And for some unknown reason, they decided to not capitalize his name in that part of the column. That's probably not an oversight. Quote, ask them, please don't tear down the party, Feinberg bitched. Well, another woman, this one, an anti-white by the name of Feinberg, is now browbeating Parks from the other side. You got Linares over here browbeating him, blaming and shaming and finger wagging. And then you got old Feinberg over here blaming and shaming and finger wagging. This is Republican HQ. You're getting a look right inside what happens at Republican HQ. You want to know why the Republican Party does not represent Western kind? Why, in fact, it participates in the destruction of Western kind in the United States? You wonder why you get so many sewing circle males and so many just vile, disgusting former and current whore prostitutes like Liz Cheney working at the head of the Republican Party and destroying this country? You want to know why? You're seeing the conversations. This is why. Because Parks is sitting up there like a hero, like a king, and he's got these two bitches on either side, a Linares and a Feinberg, just finger wagging and blaming and shaming the shit out of him. You got to stop this. It's destroying the party. It's your fault. You're doing this. It's your fault. You're destroying the party, and these candidates' lives are ruined because they couldn't be, and it's you blaming and shame. I mean, how much can a guy put up with this kind of shit? Well, Parks, he apparently can put up with it, because this is his reply. Are you ready for the champion's reply? Parks said this, quote, the one thing I'm not going to do is tell my election integrity committee chair to stop. I want him to fuel up his flamethrower and burn this son of a bitch to the ground if he has to. Damn right, brother. That is what this guy actually said in the recording. Let's get some 07s and raucous emojis for this champion. For Parks. This is what he says to this. He went from one bitch on this side, browbeating the shit out of him, a Linares, to a Feinberg bitch over here, browbeating and blaming and shaming him. And he says with this one, he's going to put it down, quote, the one thing I'm not going to do is tell my election integrity committee chair to stop. I mean, Christ's sake, why are you bothering with politics? Why are you bothering with politics if you don't care about election integrity? Oh, I see. You two bitches, I see. You want the other side to win, or you're okay with the other side winning. You're okay with the anti-white Democrats winning because both of you seem pretty damn anti-white to me. So, election integrity committee guy, definitely not going to tell him to stop. In fact, I want him, continuing the quote, I want him to fuel up his flamethrower and burn this son of a bitch to the ground if he has to. Can we get like a banner for this guy? Can we get a banner for him? Bruce Parks. I think we're going to have to change. Everybody talks about this Chuck Norris, and the Chuck Norris is a badass and all that. That's funny. I think Bruce Parks has to take that place. I think Bruce Parks has to have the role there. I want him to fuel up his flamethrower. Talk about putting women in their place. Talk about putting women in their place. Get back to children under the age of 10. Make sure that they feel good about themselves. Make sure that, their little concerns that are actually meaningless, make sure that they can work their way through that kind of a stuff. And then after 10 years old, shut the fuck up. That's the only thing that Bruce didn't say. He should have said, first, let me say, shut the fuck up. That's the first thing I'm going to say. Now I'm going to say, fuel up the flamethrower. And I'm with you, Bruce Parks. Fuel it up. Send your election integrity committee man in there with as much fuel, and we'll happily provide fuel as well, metaphorical fuel, and just burn that son of a bitch to the ground. No more cheating. And I'm going to tell everybody on Tuesday, Jason Goes Political, how to put an end to election fraud once and for all. There's a way to do it real quick, and you're probably not thinking about it. It hasn't been talked about before. In fact, I'm positive I've never seen it talked about before. So I've never heard anybody mention anything like this ever. So Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Be there on Jason Goes Political, and I will tell you how to end the fraud in elections. Tell Bruce to be there. But let's get this guy some attaboys. Let's make sure that he knows, because the anti-whites are going to do everything they can to make him believe like he's all alone, like nobody supports him, like nobody stands up for him. Be some of those phone calls, be some of those letters to him, be some of those messages to this guy saying that he's a badass. Let's make a meme out of Bruce Parks. He and the election integrity committee man, and they're just with flamethrowers, and they're just setting that son of a bitch on fire. All of it. Light it up, baby. Linares then asked, and whoever he takes with it. I mean, can you imagine? This is like right out of a script. These two females are doing nothing to disabuse the world of all of the notions, all of these stereotypes of women. They are doing nothing. In fact, both of these females, Linares and Feinberg, are doing everything they can to support the stereotypes of women. I can guarantee you where the stereotype of women rarely has to be exhibited in a party office, and that's over at the Democrat office, because the bitches over there, they're the ones saying burn this mother to the ground. The bitches over there are saying destroy Western civilization. No white people left alive, no, metaphorical. Nothing white left in this United States and elsewhere around the world. Nothing. That's what the females over there are saying. But over at the Republican office, where it's supposed to be some bit of pushback against the victimization of white people, no. You got a Linares and a Feinberg browbeating the shit out of him. And as soon as he says, no, I want my man to fuel his flamethrower up and burn the son of a bitch to the ground if he has to, so that we can have election integrity. That sounds like a man talking to me. Get that guy a cowboy hat. Let's get some cowboy. Do they have cowboy hat emojis? Let's get some cowboy hats for this guy, or some crowns for Bruce Parks over there in Nevada. Linares, her rejoinder is, and whoever he takes with it, yes, bitch, yes, yes. Because in the real world, when you go after the trash, sometimes the people who are close to the trash end up getting burnt and taken down too. We're not in a nursery room. And if you can't handle it, then you need to be back in the nursery room with the 10 and unders, where this won't hurt your feelings so much, where you won't be so scared. I understand you got to go change your Depends now. Just go change your diapers. Just go change your Depends and resign so we can get a white man in here with a forehead about 8 inches tall and mean as all hell. And then we'll have some success, because he's not going to be saying to the champ, the cowboy, Bruce Parks, he's not going to be saying, that guy's not going to be saying, well, what about if we accidentally harm somebody? Then that's going to be on you, Mr. Parks. That's going to be on you. No, he's going to say this politics is an extension of warfare. This is what happens. And in case you haven't noticed, Linares and Feinberg, but good people on the Republican side are burnt up all the time by way of the Democrats. They're destroyed, their lives ruined. They go to jail, their lives, everything ruined all the time. And you've got nothing. They've got nothing. You notice that when it always comes to women, that's the thing. That's why they can only be 10 and under, because the bully can come and shove or punch another child, bite or whatever it is. And then when the other child retaliates, the woman comes up and says, no, we can't do this. We can't. So in a woman's environment, the bully always gets to bully. The bully always gets to push the other kids around. The bully always gets to victimize. And the woman will say, well, that's not right. But her actions always set it in stone. They always set the bully in stone. And of course, we're not talking about all women, because the women of the West here in service to white well-being, white positive women, they're not going to put up. They would watch, they would be applauded. They would be like, yeah, Bruce, kick her ass, Bruce. And when all the females get fired and they're walking out down the sidewalk with their heads hung low and they're wringing their hands and talking about how they're going to blame and shame, women of the West are going to be standing there saying, shut up, bitches, just get in your cars and go home. That's just getting you, shut up, go home. That's what women of the West are going to say. You've been screwing shit up for too long. So you take what I'm talking about, and you know, every single one of you, you know it's true. Every single one of you. This is what happens in the nursery room. This is what happens. The bully gets to bully, and then the woman breaks it up. And no, we don't punch each other. Extend that to adulthood. Well, Linares and Feinberg are going to say, yeah, it's wrong that the Democrats send our people to jail and that they lie and cheat and everything else. But Bruce Parks, you're not going to do it as well. You are not going to victimize anybody. I'm going to browbeat you and make sure you don't. I'm going to go to the papers and make sure you don't, because that's not the right thing to do. So the only thing left there that Bruce has to say is, shut up, bitch. You're fired. All of the rank and file in the Republican Party of Nevada, they just need to sit up and in one voice say, we've had enough with the natural female instinct, which is bliss and golden in the 10 and under time frame, but is destructive and cancerous outside of it. We've had enough of it. Go home. You can blame and shame and finger wag to 10 and under. No more doing it to the men who are standing up for Western civilization. I don't even know. Bruce could be black. He could be, I don't know what Bruce is. I don't care. Bruce is the man in this scenario, and he needs a cowboy hat. He needs a spittoon. He needs, let's get like a machine gun belt to go over his shoulder, because he's kicking ass over there. And whoever he takes with it. Oh my God, I didn't read this yet. You know what Bruce's response was? He said, damn straight. I love this guy. Bruce said, damn straight. When Linares bitchily finger wagging at him like a woman just said, oh, then people, and whoever else he gets hurt, whoever else he harms in the process of this. And Bruce says, damn straight. You know, in this kind of a scenario, there's only two kind of guys that could talk this way to a woman. Somebody who is either a man of the West or aspiring to be a man of the West, and like that's how they behave, I'm going to do it, or a homosexual guy who just doesn't give a shit about women, and he's had enough of Western civilization getting destroyed. He just said, "Damn straight, damn straight." And whoever he takes with him, damn straight, bitch. That's all. The only thing he left out was the bitch part. Treasurer Lycomedes warned that that approach would help reelect the incumbent Democrat. Oh, Sisolak. Oh well. Good. We have to be the opposition to that which is victimizing Western kind. And the party that is on top, the party that is best at victimizing Western kind is the Democrat Party in the United States. So we have to be the people who actually care about Western kind, election integrity, United States. We have to be the opposition to it. And if that means that there's another election has to be had by the Democrats, good, because the people will realize as the the so-called Republican opposition that would have been there would be the folks that Ramirez and Feinberg would put there, to just the endless capitulation, the endless rolling over, the endless agreeing. Quote, "This is why we're not going to get Republicans elected in November," Linares said. Oh, could you imagine this? Every man has had this conversation. Every single man has had this conversation with a woman. Many of them. If you've ever dated them, if you've ever... that's the man's approach. "This is why it's going to go bad." And then march out of the room. "This is why, because you didn't obey me." Well, bitch, we're not going to obey you. We're sick of women deciding what we're going to do. Because everything you decide is wretched. Everything you decide is squalid. Everything you decide is capitulation. You know what, honey? I don't have a vagina so that I can get back on my back and throw my legs open for the conquerors. No, if I'm going to survive, I have to win. So shut up and go home. "This is why we're not going to get Republicans elected in November," Linares said. "If we don't get Joey's crew to vote for Lombardo, we're going to have Sisolak 4 more years." Oh, I spent more time on that than I wanted. But that guy's a champ. I didn't know it was that awesome. I really didn't. That's fantastic. We're going to quickly get to the really main thing I wanted to point out today. So you see the storyline that is being painted here. Republican female in office, Liz the whorehouse Cheney. She specializes in bending men over. She and her following, she and her ilk in the Republican Party are so anti-white that they're actually going to Democrats and saying, "Please register as Republicans so that I can clear my primary to run for office." In absolute collusion, they are appearing like they are at odds. This is what the word actually means. Appearing like they are at odds to defraud a third party, that being you. All right? Republicans, female and Republican. You go down to Nevada, and what do we see? Oh, and you had what was the first one? Wisconsin, I think, where the Republican Party decides there was so much fraud. There was so much fraud that and nobody's listening, in their opinion, that they're going to show how it can be done. And they went out and they created a few ballots that belong to no real living person. And the local sheriff says, I'm not going to press charges. That's a political statement, what they did. They're not actually voting. And the Democrats, though, at the federal level, are moving. And the Republican Party complained about them doing this. The Republican Party complained about them doing this. Local sheriff says not going to do anything about it. Democrats, I guarantee you, Republicans will help them, want to press charges against these people who just made a political statement. In this country, for all of our lives, our parents' lives, our grandparents' lives, United States, you could, and elsewhere across the West, you could burn civilization down. And the anti-whites say, well, that's a political statement. Your violence is, our violence as anti-whites is speech. Your speech in objecting to what we're doing is violence. So then you head on down to Nevada, and you got an inside look with this recording of what happened in this conversation between these three people, Feinberg, Linares, and the hero cowboy Parks. And you can see firsthand what kind of arguments take place in Republican leadership offices. All right? Now we head on over to Fox News. Have you noticed something over there at Fox that has been really absent, has been unmistakably, saliently absent? Yeah. But normally in the human condition, you'll all know this. When you have something that is sort of a melange, something that is sort of a jumbled collection, a motley collection, and that's what news stories are. That's what interviews are, interviewees. It's just like sort of a collection. And when you have a collection and you add something that's salient, you notice it, right? Something that sticks out. You have your house, you have all of the bushes, the plants, the flowers, you're looking at the ornamental plants. It looks lovely, it looks gorgeous. But then you come home one day and somebody has planted another bush in your yard. You would recognize, you would be like, whoa, what is that? But if somebody took out a bush, say that was in a line of bushes that were staggered or something, somebody could take something out, somebody could take something out of the motley collection of news and interviewees, and you wouldn't notice. It's just the human condition. Something is missing at Fox, and his name is Donald Trump. Now, as you know, I'm no giant Trump fan. Very upset about Trump's behavior in many cases, how he handled the anti-whites, how it appeared from the outside. And now, granted, in fairness to this guy, I wasn't there on the inside. I can't say exactly what was taking place. I can only look from the outside and say what it appears, and then use reason and logic based on human drivers and etc. So I can see that he appeared to be way too sympathetic, way too appeasing, way too friendly, far too friendly. I mean, for example, should have kicked CNN out, first bogus story that they ran, should have kicked him out of the press pool of the White House. It would have been a quick example, and then that would have made MSNBC, etc., think twice, ABC, CBS, Fox News, make them think twice. And then if one of them, yep, you're fired too. And replace, each time you get one of these entities fired, he could have done this for 4 years. Bring in alternative news from the internet. What would that do for some of the alternative news on the internet to be a White House correspondent? Millions would go to that news source. Millions over those 4 years to read the stories, to see what was being said. Funding would come in. I mean, he knows this, right? So there were, he obviously was approached by powerful people, probably with names like Linares and Feinberg. And they said, you know what, you shouldn't, it just would not be the right thing to do. It'll send the wrong message. The ladies in the sewing circle won't be happy about this. And then you won't get elected again. Well, of course he didn't. He ended up suffering in this next election. And you can have your opinions about what took place and what didn't take place there. Nonetheless, he's not president, right? There are a lot of things. Having said that, looking from the outside, this is what's happening now. Fox News banning Trump from network. New York Times reported Friday, as we just hit the top of the hour, won't go much longer in this segment, so stay tuned, because we are going to get into the next segment
lessons that you can apply to your life, to the things that you have to deal with in your world. Going free tactics to enable you, to empower you, to enable you to overcome the anti-white inside yourself first, and then to overcome the anti-whites in the world around you in a way that you would not believe that no one had ever found this sort of power and that it had been hidden from you. Don't go anywhere. Short break coming up after this, and then we're going to be digging into that, and I will take your questions, your comments, financial gifts, etc. at that time. New York Times reported Friday that Fox News has not had Donald Trump on its network in over 100 days, which the paper said was part of a larger strategy to eliminate the former president as a major GOP player. Absolutely. I concur 100%. And you can see from what I just laid out in the previous stories that these folks, they don't want investigations into what their supporters have demonstrated and deem and believe is fraud. They don't want that. And why do they not want that? Because their financial backers are not going to give them money if they investigate the fraud in elections. Because even though fraud in elections is going to undermine all of the candidates you put forward, it will throw some light onto Donald Trump throughout the totality of those investigations and the coming elections, including the one that Donald Trump may very well participate in. Hating him there, all the way up to Cheney and recruiting Democrats who obviously hate Donald Trump. She hates Donald Trump. All the way over to the Republicans demonstrating that, hey, we can cheat here and see it actually what we claimed can be done. And then the Republican Party saying that was the wrong thing to do. We don't want you demonstrating how you can cheat in elections. We don't want you to demonstrate that. So we're going to be okay with the Democrats coming and prosecuting you at the federal level if the local sheriff won't do it, or finding another way within the state to be able to prosecute you if the local sheriff won't do it. In fact, I think the sheriff said the sheriff was asked if he was going to press charges, and I think his response was, hell no. Quote, hell no, close quote. Must also be another king for Western kind. And now you see Fox News itself, where so many rank and file conservatives and party players, out funders and nationalists, etc., patriots, they cast their votes again and again, and they look to Fox News to give them what's going on in the world a little bit of a better look, a little bit of a better shake than they're going to get from everything else, just a tiny bit. And Fox News itself participating in excluding Donald Trump, wanting to go back to the GOP prior to the arrival of Donald Trump and him shaking everything up. Whatever he was saying, I mean, it was a dog whistle. The deceptive dog whistle will make America great again, and therefore, wink, wink, I care about you white people too. Maybe that was just deception, but it woke up a lot of white people, didn't it? Made a lot of white people said, we can make a change here in America. We can actually be in charge of what's happening to us. We don't have to just be the victims for the totality of our existence. We don't have to just watch everything being white erased from our civilization that we created for us. And yeah, you can look back to the founding of the country, my friends. Get the anti-whites to go have a look and tell you where the founding fathers said it was for the world. Didn't write that anywhere. But then when they did the very first Congress, they said, who's citizenship for? Well, pretty easy. White male's a good character. So that is who the country was created for. And then we allowed others. That means we should be celebrated. We should be thanked for that. People should say, well, I'm a guest. I should not try to recreate and white erase him from his own house. The white population stood up and said no more. And their vehicle was going to be the Republican Party through which to do that, because they thought for all along that the Republican Party stood up for them. And they've been wrong. And the Republican Party now is doing everything it can. Think about this. Everything it can to exclude that sentiment, to exclude that interest. The interest of what? The interest in the well-being of the founding stock of America. Western kind. Every white person on planet Earth carries America inside them, because it is of our biospirit. It doesn't exist in the world without us. There ain't no America without Western kind. And this is what the Republican Party, the concern for those people, this is what the Republican Party wants to exclude. If you can't get to Liz Cheney with these questions I talked about, videotaping them, then you have to humiliate her. You have to ridicule, aim all of your vitriol, just nothing but jokes, burning her to the ground. If you could hire an actress that looks like her, put her in bed as a whore in a whorehouse, and then say, oh, I've got to vote. I've got to vote. I've got to go help out the Democrats some more. I've got some more anti-white legislation I have to work on. Let me just take this thing off my waist so that I can get to it. Humiliate them. Make them seem as trivial and pathetic and as traitorous as they are, and then their constituencies won't vote for them. Don't aim any of your dollars, your ridicule, etc., your vitriol at Democrats, at anti-whites up in their penthouses and their castles and their white towers, their black towers stained with soot of Western civilization on fire. Don't blame it. Don't aim any of it at them. Aim it at all of these anti-whites that are rhinos or just purporting to care about the country and deceptive dog whistling their asses off to every single one of us. Trump's last appearance on Fox News came April 13 on Hannity. I mean, can you imagine? As dickless and anti-white as Hannity could be, and even Hannity is not having Trump on. Hannity, who has Trump's phone number, and picked up the phone and said to Trump, supposedly said to Trump, you should give a presidential pardon to Biden's son so that it will be seen as like this good gesture, and then the Democrats will be good to you in response. And then I can go out to the Republicans on my TV show that are watching my TV show and tell them how morally superior we are, because we lose, and when we lose, we give pardons to their worst offenders. Even Hannity won't have him. But, it says here, the Times noted, even Trump has complained. His longtime friend, quote, doesn't seem to be paying him much attention anymore. Listen, President Donald Trump, listen up. Give me your number. I'll give you my number. This is serious. I'm serious right now. I know some of your staff are watching. You don't accidentally start using my verbiage when no one else says the things I'm saying. You don't accidentally start doing it just by chance. Just by chance. And well, unless the same God that's talking in my ears talking in yours. But otherwise, you have staff listening. So hear up. Let's exchange numbers. And I am a genius. I will tell you, and a badass. I will tell you exactly what you have to do. You give me all the info that I need to know to compute the response, and we will win. Period. End of conversation. So whoever from Trump's staff is listening right now, however many, maybe it's Donald himself, bring me on board. We will win. No more fucking around. You know they can't hate you any more than they already do. So for them to say, and trust this, we want them to say, well, Donald brought on a guy that represents white well-being. Please, let's have them do that. Let's have them do that, and you will have more than 80 million votes. God almighty. Trump brought on a guy that has a YouTube channel where he objects for the last 2+ decades of his life to something called anti-whiteism. Yes, Donald, let's have them say that all over the news. Let's have them say that. And then, whenever it feels like too hot or whatever, you fire me, right? That's how you work. That's how reality works. I get it. But the good that we will do in the time that I'm with you, they will write songs about. The paper said Trump believes Fox's strategy of shunning him, Donald Trump, is an effort in, quote, effectively displacing him from the news cycle and as de facto leader of the Republican Party, which he is. He was the president of the United States. He came out of nowhere and against the Republican establishment, with the will of the Republican electorate, made him the president of the United States against all odds. The decision to shun Trump has been made at, quote, the highest levels, close quote, of Fox's parent company. And we're going to, if they don't talk about it in this article, we will talk about it in just a moment. Of Fox's parent company, and is backed by its billionaire chairman, Rupert Murdoch. Rupert, how is he still alive? Isn't he just a corpse in a morgue somewhere? Murdoch. I mean, he looks that I've definitely seen corpses look better. I've seen corpses go through incineration look better than Rupert Murdoch. And his son, company CEO Lachlan of the Loch Ness Monster, Lachlan Murdoch, both are Republicans. What else do you need to know? What else do you need to know? Both are Republicans, but are said to have developed a strong distaste for Trump. I think probably they get their Republican title from all the time they spend in Israel. I think maybe that's where they are. Maybe Republican means something very different in Hebrew. Earlier this month, the Murdoch-owned newspaper, the New York Post, and the Wall Street Journal published harsh rebukes. So, earlier this month, the Murdoch-owned newspapers, the New York Post, and the Wall Street Journal. So it tells you the power of media. What needs to be done with media when we get somebody in charge? Are you going to allow somebody in charge is going to represent us? Somebody like, maybe on Tuesday, I'll talk about it. Maybe on Tuesday. Remind me on Tuesday. I'll talk about what I would do if I were in charge. And that could be another important thing that Trump could do for America. People of all immutable characteristics, just look at 2 decades worth of speeches, live streaming, writing books, etc. Just look at it to find out if this is my real position or not. Bring me on board. And once I'm in office, people will remember. They'll say, my God, who's that really handsome guy? And then the pictures will get released of me like Putin on the horse, except I'm all shredded. And the pictures will be released of me, in a punching bag and all of this. And people will say, my God, Trump has brought in the superheroes to take on the anti-whites. Then after he fires me, everybody will remember who I am. And then after he's gone, then I run. And wow, they remember the guy who made big change. And then I get in office and I'm able to take care of media issues. So you see here, Murdoch owned gets to decide what news is. Harsh rebukes of Trump's actions regarding January 6th. What is that now? Patriots Day. While strongly opposing a Trump bid for president in 2024. Published harsh rebukes of Trump's actions regarding Patriots Day, while strongly opposing a Trump bid for president in 2024. Now, that is not for Murdoch's readers, because the vast majority of Americans, you're never going to hear their voices, because Murdoch owns the only papers that are and media that would even deviate a hair from the fanatical get rid of all white people right now media that is the totality of the rest of news and entertainment media. So the rest, everybody knows, everybody you talk to who's not just parroting what they've heard on CNN, MSNBC, etc., they'll say, no, we don't care. We do not care. We want America to remain America. We want the border to be closed. We want all of these intruders, people who are not invited, even though they're all wonderful, to go home. We want a lot of others to go home as well. We want to have no more unemployment because there just aren't enough jobs, and therefore excess population has to go. This is what people care about. They don't care whether or not. And then the speech. I wonder if Murdoch printed the actual speech, if they played the actual speech that Trump gave, or are they giving us their interpretations? My guess is that they probably never printed the speech, probably never played the audio anywhere, or if they did once, and then they've given us hundreds of thousands of interpretations since then. So what are they doing? That is called brainwashing. That is brainwash. How are you going to allow this? If you brainwash, democracy, how do you have democracy when you're telling people what to think about everything in the world? How do you allow those people to get away with democracy? Earlier this month, so they post harsh rebukes of Trump's actions regarding Patriots Day, and they've been strongly opposing a Trump bid for president in 2024. I mean, writings all over the wall. The Times said Trump's failure to accept the 2020 election result was at the root of the Murdoch's criticism of the former president, a view shared by Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, and he should lose his seat. Everybody in Kentucky needs to come out and vote this guy out of office. If you're a Republican, come out and vote for the Democrat. Vote for the Democrat. Every Republican in Kentucky, send McConnell home. Send a message to the Republican Party that white people are not putting up with it anymore. No more deceptive dog whistling. We don't want to hear it. No more white male or white female faces in office if they don't care about white people. That's another big problem. Is white people in office, that in and of itself is a dog whistle, is a deceptive dog whistle. You got a white face, and then this is what I talked about way back when I was on the Hill, when Bush Jr. wasn't doing anything for white. And I said, this is bullshit. He's a white man in office, and all of these people think that white people are being served because a white guy is in office, and he couldn't hate us more. I mean, we should make sure that it's all non-white Democrats in office if the white people that are going to be there are not actually going to care about white people. Are you hearing me, Republican electorate? And I'm going to get in on ridiculing conservative and Republican content creators, these misleaders who mislead the Republican and conservative rank and file down these dead-end alleys, down these alleys to the bloody wood chipper ending for America and Western civilization. I'm going to get in on it too. We all have to be involved. Mitch McConnell. Trump has not hidden his new distaste for Fox News, as though he could. Come on, he's Donald Trump. Shortly after his loss to Joe Biden, Trump blamed the network's negative coverage of his presidency for his 2020 election loss. They were not... Fox News hid behind this pretext that they just wanted to appear impartial so that their audience would stay with them. That's not what their audience wants. That's not what we want or need for Western kind. You have every other media outlet who are rabid supporters and cheerleaders for Democrats. The population wants some rabid supporters and cheerleaders for Donald Trump and these America First policies. Actually, America First. And don't say America First and then go say that Israel is the most important thing, because that's not America First. And then, of course, calling the election in, what was it, Nevada, I guess. Fox News did that. Unless I'm wrong, go look it up for yourself. And this week, Trump blasted Fox and Friends on his Truth Social account for being, quote, terrible and having, quote, gone to the dark side. Yeah, I agree. And that's very telling, because there were a couple places on Fox that the entirety of the platform of the company didn't like Trump at any point. But there were a couple places that did. And I guess their personalities or whoever it is on the inside were able to, for a time, to defend Trump's appearances and saying something positive about Trump on their shows. Fox and Friends was one of those locations. Not anymore. The heat has come down from the top. And they've said, I guess, here are your walking papers. So either you stop with the positive stuff about Trump and you're not bringing him on anymore, or you can take these and hit the road. That must be what has happened. So I guess it's probably from their show's producer on down. Trump suggested former House Speaker, and here it is. And we're going to be going to a break in just a moment, getting to those tools that you can use in your life. House Speaker Paul Ryan's sitting on Fox Corp's board of directors is behind the shadow banning of Trump. It 100% is. Paul Ryan has hated Trump from day one. He is a rabid anti-white. Paul Ryan, rabidly anti-white. He thought he was going to be able to be president one day, and then Trump came along and became president. Trump's not rabidly anti-white, and Trump took the presidency. Paul Ryan is rabidly anti-white and immoral as all hell. I'll tell you in a moment. And wanted to be president, and then he didn't get to be president. He then went over and he chairs this board over at Fox News. His decisions are him, and why was he allowed to be there, and why was that will allowed to be present? Because of the Murdoch's will, the people who own. So here you have Ryan, Paul Ryan, who was supposedly a servant of the people, put there by rank and file Republicans. And I'm going to tell you what, all over the Hill, I'm not going to tell you this as a fact, but I will tell you what is known all over the Hill, what is perceived to be known all over the Hill, that this man was a rapist. He used his power to force interns, scores and scores of them, to give him sexual pleasures and to have sex with him. At every office he held, everyone on the Hill knows this about Paul Ryan. He is a vulgar, disgusting, anti-white bastard. Now, maybe it's not true. Maybe none of it's true, right? Maybe what everybody says, maybe all of the women who say that they were forced to have sex with him, were forced to give him oral sex, were forced to do all these things for him, maybe all that's false. Maybe they are all lying. But then again, maybe it's all true. Because maybe I might even know somebody personally. So this is a villainous piece of shit, Paul Ryan. Everybody should remember that about him, especially his wife, especially his family should know that about him, that this is what this guy's been up to, using his immense power in federal government and his immense wealth. He thinks everybody is beneath him, and then every new pretty female that walks through the door, he rapes. I call it rape because when you force yourself on someone from a position of power and they really don't have an alternative, I see that as rape. I personally see that as rape. You don't have to be beating the woman up. You don't have to be, ripping her clothes off and beating her up for that to be rape. I feel that any of those scenarios is rape. And if that's what he was doing, if that was actually, if all of the voices, all of the claims, all of the knowledge on the Hill about this is true, then he was doing it. And that, in my opinion, makes him a rapist. So remember that about Paul Ryan, especially all you donors who gave him so much money. Let's make sure that they know that about this rapist, that as old as he is, you have these interns, some of whom may have been minors, some of whom may have been under 18 when he raped them. So if anybody needs to go down for being a rapist and using their power and using their wealth to force women into sex, it's this guy. And I'm going to go ahead and guarantee you, since this was his behavior all over the Hill for his entire time, that he worked in federal government. It's what's said. It's what's out there. I don't know for sure. I didn't watch it myself firsthand. If this was his behavior for the entire time on the Hill, then it's what he's doing right now over there at Fox. There will be interns. There will be people working there, women who will be being raped by him because he is a sick son of a bitch. And this is the kind of person that is shadow banning. Forget about Trump is just the avatar. Trump is the avatar for you and me. Trump is just a face for you and me. So when Murdoch and this rapist, Paul Ryan, remember, it's my opinion of rape, and if those things are true that are said about him, then I believe that's rape. This rapist are banning him, Trump, the avatar. They're banning you and me. They're banning us. Why are they banning us? Because they don't want Western kind to be able to defend itself. They don't want Western kind to be able to stand up and say no more. They don't want Western kind to stop the victimization of Western kind and the totality of the West here in the United States. They don't want America to continue as America. They like this new anti-white direction. They want nothing but the victimization of white people. And it's white women who are getting raped by Paul Ryan. So when Murdoch's and Paul Ryan, their lackey bitch, and these Linares and Find Friend men, whatever their names are, and these Republicans at all levels are doing everything they can to stop everything associated with Donald Trump. They are doing everything they can to stop our victimization. That is how you should know every one of them here forward. We'll be right back.
What is white positivity? KIP, keeping it Promethean. This means having a pristine conscience. A pristine conscience is a realization that resentment is temporary and choosing sobriety over hubris. Heroism. Heroism means protecting the innocent. A hero resists injustice even when it's difficult. That means your behavior has meaning, such as anger being a virtue when it protects the innocent. Responsibility. Responsibility means having a noble approach to your commitments. Nobility is an ideal constituted by acknowledgement of all beneficial and detrimental consequences as a result of your actions, even when they're unanticipated, and without using excuses. White negativity. Guilted. Being guilted means you struggle with ignorance and trauma. This means you attempt to flee your own identity, even when it is inescapable, and believing lies about one's history and heritage. Hubris. Hubris is characterized by sanctimoniousness and is often the result of avoiding a disillusionment regarding one's own naivety. For example, it is hubris to believe you can objectively communicate about or understand other immutably characterized groups' intentions or experiences. One is inherently tasked with understanding, protecting, and inhabiting themselves and their people as the vehicle for their well-being and fulfillment. White negativity also means desperation. Desperation is characterized by a focus on others. One example of white negativity is blaming other immutably characterized groups for you or your own people's situation. This can also mean discussing the well-being of other groups in order to escape addressing or advocating for your own. This can be a result of anti-whiteism in media or society that characterize white negative stereotypes as the only avenues of having sympathy for white people.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
All right. Can everybody still hear me okay? Got a little fired up. That went a little long, about a half an hour long. Trying to stay on schedule, but things happen, you know. Is the audio still okay? Do I got to make that weird change again so that it works properly? Or is it crisp? Is it doing this up and down thing? Yeah, that was the great Sloths right there. And we appreciate that clip from him. We're going to get into the lesson of the day. And where are we for this? I'll take a look at what you all are saying as well. Yes, I wanted to, we'll keep it going. This ended up really working out really well because this is not in the Go Free edition. It's in the current iteration that's being worked on, which could be a third iteration of the second edition or a third edition. So we're going to talk about one of the things that Republican and conservative leaders do in their so-called advocacy for us while they're in office. One of the things they do is they attack what I have been referring to here, and it's one of the reasons why these gatherings, another reason why it's so beneficial. It's beneficial for you all, but it's also beneficial for me. And we all are further empowered by discussing these issues, and we find ways that we can bring the narrow end of a wedge into an anti-white argument and dislodge it in such a way, not just to defeat the argument, but of course you know that the focus, this is psychological warfare, and so we have this Go Free method as the defense. It is a psychological defense against the psychological warfare that's waged against us. And so one of the things that we've talked about here is the activity of the Republicans where they will attack what we refer to as a faux. So F-A-U-X, faux. So something that's not really a victimizer of ours, so something that you can go after it all day long and you'll never treat the problem. And there's no bigger faux or fake faux in conservative or Republican circles than communism. Communism has ceased to be an issue for a very long time. It's one of a great many anti-white subsets
Now, you might say to yourself, and this is just a bit of an ancillary sort of another issue that I'm not going to go deep into, but I do want to mention that you could discuss the government structure, economic structure of communism in a vacuum, and not in the real world. In other words, or what most people do is they pretend. And I think for many folks, they think they are actually thinking about the real world, and they're just clearly not. And that's where you get these statements. There are identifiers. Like when I'm listening to somebody, I can easily tell when they think that they're talking about something within the bounds of the real world. And one of the ways that you'll see that is they'll talk about how communism works in theory. You all have heard this. You probably said it. Communism doesn't work in theory because, unless it's in a fictitious world that you've created in your head, because the real world is the only world that matters about where it's going to work or not. So if you were to say that you had a sunscreen, that if somebody came to you with a sunscreen and said, this sunscreen works in theory, but if you apply it, it actually magnifies the sun 10 times and burns the hell out of you. Well, what theory is it working in? I mean, you obviously have a misunderstanding of human skin, of light waves and how to block those, UVA, UVB, whatever it might be, how to block those, right? You obviously have a flawed understanding. So it does not work well in theory. It works well in your fantasy. And that's how communism works. It works in fantasy. It doesn't work in the real world at all. So therefore, it does not work in theory. Most people, most by far. In fact, I've rarely met a person that can really intellectually grapple with the complex dynamism of human activity. Wants, needs, desires, movements, etc. It's just, even the most intelligent among us, if they actually try, they can only grapple with a portion. And then you know that you're dealing with somebody that's actually trying because they struggle and they have to say, okay, there is gray area you don't know. There's an area here that we have to move in a general direction and play with the sides here because it's too much for my brain to hold. It's too much for even any computer to hold, at least as of yet. So communism is one of these subsets of, so going back where we were, subsets of anti-whiteism. As I said, you could, in a library or in a laboratory that's just fantasy, talk about how communism could work in your fantasy government or your fantasy country. You could do that. But the only place that it matters for us, and this is how white people have to start thinking, all of us, is how it matters for Western kind. How does it interact with Western kind? Everywhere we have an interaction with communism, it is anti-white. Everywhere. Nowhere does it benefit Western kind. Nowhere does it strengthen Western kind. So we can say then it is a subset of anti-whiteism. It's one of many ideas that anti-whites employ to victimize white people of all economic strata, social strata, etc. Now, what conservative content creators and Republican rhinos, whatever you want to call them, what they do is communism is one of these great faux foes. Another great faux, a more transitory faux, that Republicans are complaining about right now is the threat to interracial marriage. And they want to codify with law that no state can ban interracial marriage. No one is talking about that. It is clearly, there's no serious effort anywhere to make that happen. It's clearly a fraudulent or fake or illusory faux, a faux. Now, why do Republicans and conservative leaders, misleaders, go after foes, illusory foes. Well, they go after illusory foes, because they don't fight back. You can go after all the communists you want. They will never fight back. There are none. Yes, you can find some anti-whites here or there that have a website, and they love the communist ideology or whatever it is. These people are totally insignificant. They are almost as insignificant as actual people who care about wearing conical shaped hats on their head with sheets. I mean, it's just totally insignificant. There's nobody out there. What ends up happening then is you have all of the rank and file, good, red-blooded, tax-paying, law-abiding citizens across Western civilization, because this whole fight against communism to various degrees is present in all Western countries. They then end up taking on board that an enemy, and we don't have an enemy, we have a victimizer. They end up taking on board an enemy that is called communism. And when you have an enemy, how do you identify the enemy? How do you strike out at the enemy? You got to know what the enemy looks like, right? Well, the identifiers for communism are rarely put on the map, are rarely put up on flags, are rarely put in front of your face when anti-whites are victimizing your white ass. You're in my white ass getting victimized. You will rarely see hammer and sickle. Very few of those people actually are communists. Very few of those people actually give a damn about that ideology. What they do care about is victimizing you and me, white erasing us from our civilization, biologically white erasing us. You like America? It's getting white erased. There isn't a banner there that has a hammer and sickle on it. There isn't a banner with Lenin or Stalin's face on it. There is a banner there. It says anti-whiteism. So you have to identify what you are being victimized by if you ever have a hope of understanding and seeing it where it is in the world. So to be able to put your foot down. What do the rank and file end up doing as a consequence when they don't see the hammer and sickle? They blindly or myopically, they grope from one issue to the next, trying to and looking most foolish when they show up, and maybe it's CRT, and they show up and they say, "Oh, I don't want this communism in my school." Well, everybody looks around and says, "What are you, some kind of idiot?" Nobody is saying anything about communism. Nobody has a swastika. Well, you know what I mean? These are commies. They're just a bunch of commies. No, you sound like you're from the 1950s. Maybe you are, at least emotionally. These are not communists. These are anti-whites. If you were to put in law in the state in which you live that communism can't be taught in the school, can't be praised in the school, for example, they're still going to be able to teach anti-whiteism. You're still going to be being victimized. All of those things that you love and care about are still going to be going down the drain. They're all going to be getting eradicated from Western civilization. That is why you continue to lose. That's why we've got to get to all the good rank and file conservatives and nationalists and patriots of all of our countries. We've got to get to them, because if we don't get to them and teach them what to look for, they're going to continue waddling through the sociopolitical landscape blind or with blinders on. And everything that nips them or pokes them or whatever, they're going to say, communism. And people around them are going to say, that doesn't seem to make sense. You have to take the blinders off them. You have to give them sight again with the knowledge of anti-whiteism. Then they'll be able to identify it. Then they'll be able to defend themselves. And that's defending all of us in all of our countries. There's no other way. You cannot continue to call it communism. That is a faux that never punches back. And you should know that these sewing circle Republican politicians, sewing circle males and females, that they were never going to punch at anything that could hit back. I mean, it's like they're not going to go into a boxing ring with, oh, I don't know, what was that guy? What was the name of that guy? Jack Dempsey. Jack Dempsey, in case you didn't know, this was way back in the day. And this guy, what was he? Was he Irish? But was he, I mean, Irish descent, but born in the States. And this is back when they fought. I think were they still bare knuckled? This is boxing. If they weren't bare knuckled, they had just the like a thin piece of leather over their hands. And I remember the picture at the gym I boxed at, where it was Dempsey was throwing a right hook, and he was hitting the guy's jaw, and the guy's jaw was broken, caught in the photograph. And so a sewing circle, male or female, isn't going to get into the ring with Jack Dempsey of his prime. Sewing circle males and females are going to get into the ring with those inflatable things that you had when you were a kid, where you could like punch it and it would go down and then stand back up. Like it's a clown, right? They would always have like a clown painted on it. You'd move and bob and weave, and then you'd like punch it and it would go down and come back up. That's the only thing they're going to get into a fight with politically, sociopolitically. They might have a brush with something that's real, but then they run away. They take on the opposition to interracial marriage, doesn't exist. They take on communism, doesn't exist. A faux because it's safe. And then also because they can say to you, look at all the good I've been doing, taking on the communists. I've really been taking the commies down. Your content creators will say to you, we're really doing it to them commies. No, you just sound retarded. You are a retardus, a significant retardus. You're not taking commies down. You're not accomplishing anything. It is a faux. And people end up, and that's another thing that we talk about with the counterfeiting credit, and we can talk about that one day as well, where it's easy to counterfeit credit against something that isn't there. Something, because then you can say, well, this is anything that I can read in the tea leaves of society is evidence that we have done some damage against the communists. So that is just two examples of faux. You also have, and on many of these issues, you can have, like for the interracial marriage thing, it can be flipped around. And you have these proxy positions as well that they will take on rather than the actual positions where we are being attacked. The biggest one, of course, is that we are attacked on the basis of being white, not because of the color of our skin, of being West men, members of Western kind, for our race. We are attacked on the basis of our race. That is the most salient, in your face, everywhere you look thing that is happening across Western. It is everywhere. It is ubiquitous. It is more ubiquitous than air. And that is not unwarranted hyperbole. It is everywhere. It is every textbook. It's even in math textbooks, biology, places you think that it couldn't be. Learning how to touch type, it's there. Is the attack on Western kind. But there isn't a single politician that acknowledges the attack on Western kind. Instead, they'll talk about what? These proxy positions, like the attack on our morals, the attack on our values, the attack on freedom of speech. They defend proxy positions because those are positions that are not actually being attacked. And when you defend something that's not being attacked, can you get hurt? So you can see in all of it, whether it's a faux or a proxy position, Republicans, conservative content creators attack things that are safe to attack, defend things that are safe to defend. They do not go after that which is actually a victimizer. They do not defend where we are actually being victimized. I've given the example before of our race has become so sick that you could have people in person, and anti-whites of all races could be attacking, including the white race. In fact, we could just say, for the analogy, it's all white anti-whites attacking white children that are present on the basis of their race. And the white people, the white parents of those children, will not defend their children on the basis of the attack. How dare you attack our race, you villainous anti-white scum? No. They'll say things like, they'll take proxy positions. They've learned this from their politicians. They've learned this from their conservative content creators. They'll come out and they'll say, oh, no, stop attacking my child's freedom of expression. Stop attacking my child's freedom of speech. Stop attacking my child's right to peace while they are at school. Anything but the actual basis of the attack. Why is that? You can't get hurt when you are defending that which is not being attacked. They're not there to attack your child's freedom of expression. When the politician says we have to defend our kids' right to express themselves, you need to tell them that attack's not taking place. They're coming after the white children. And when non-white children are harmed as a consequence, that is collateral damage to the harm, to the targets of the victimization. The bombs are dropping on white people. If the shrapnel hits non-whites, then that's what's going to happen in the process of psychological warfare. There aren't smart bombs in psychological warfare. There are not smart bombs in psychological warfare. They have dumb ordnance. They drop big bombs on the victims, and then those who are near, be damned. The shrapnel's going to fly. That's how you see things like non-white households, the males in non-white households, suffering to a much smaller degree what white males suffer in our households, by way of our women and the powers given to our women to dominate us in those relationships, to be the man in the relationship. So if take away from this that both faux and proxy positions are taken because they are safe, because those taking those positions can't get hurt in the process of doing it. They don't engender the wrath of anti-whiteism. Think for a moment, if you're not certain about it, think for a moment how crazed the anti-whites would get if, I don't know, Jim Jordan showed up at a school where white children are being attacked on the basis of their race. And he showed up and he talked about the destroying the innocence of youth. And we need to protect the innocence of youth. This would be the kind of thing that Republicans would do. Think about what they might say about him. Would the anti-whites really care? They might say a sentence or two here or there. Jim Jordan, racist. Right? How crazed would the anti-whites get if I showed up as an elected official at the same school and I said, we're done with you victimizing our white children on the basis of our race. You are targeting our race. You are anti-white, villainous scum. And we're going to put an end to it. How crazed would the anti-whites get? How much of their artillery would they aim directly at me? So you see very clearly, if you go there with the real, to defend the actual point that is being attacked, the white race, versus some proxy position, innocence of youth, how angry the anti-whites, and everybody knowing right now, everybody listening to me would say, if they're honest, yeah, he's absolutely right. And you can say the same thing if Jim Jordan is talking about communists, which he has. in the past, and he's one of the best, right? They're talking about communists, and I go out there talking about anti-whites. Who are the anti-whites going to go after? They're going to go after the guy who's actually aiming at them, not the one who's like mildly looking in their direction. Let's talk about isolationists. What's an isolationist? And I'll get to your, if you have views, if you have questions, and this is the time to get them out, tag me or financially gift on Entropy, Odyssey, Cash App. I will get to all of them. What is an isolationist? This is page 195, second edition of Go Free Iteration 2. Isolationist is this: a craven saboteur promoting the, quote, bunker mindset, the destructive belief that the best course for white well-being is isolating one's family with several other families on small farmsteads in remote territories. Now, how many of you have, in your time in the white sympathetic sphere or conservative politics, Republican politics, have heard the isolationist speak? How many times have you been sucked in for a while by the isolationist? You just need to go out and find yourself some isolated piece of land, and you and a couple other families, you can just go sit out there and just wait it out. This is going to be, you're going to somehow survive. What's going to happen? A big part of this thinking, and a big part of the reason why people fall for this, is because they have grown up in Western civilization, and they think that this matrix of Western civilization, this structure, this order, this ability to anticipate how people will behave as a consequence of their position vis-a-vis that order, that law, that governorship, military might, geopolitical order, etc. They grow up in an environment where they think that that stuff is permanent. They think that that stuff is part of the fabric of reality, not society, but reality. They think it's like part and parcel of reality. Well, the reality is that none of that is part and parcel of reality. All of that exists because Western civilization exists. Not just in the US or Canada, not just in Western countries, but even in non-white countries. The stability that they have is in my opinion, a consequence of their interaction with the West. If they did not have this interaction with the West, and I mean, you need only think for a minute about how many times, first of all, think about how white people went down to the Middle East. And again, I mean, even though this is history, I'll just say it's my opinion, because I know the history books are being rewritten by anti-whites. Who knows what they'll say next? And then this video will be retroactively deleted by the anti-whites once they change history. But white people went down to the Middle East and they said, we would like to do business with this tribe or that tribe for this reason or that reason. But we can't. We can't because it's too unstable. One tribe defeats another tribe. It's constant warfare. It's constant back and forth. There are the ruling regimes, they change on a whim so quickly. You can't find something reliable. If you have ever been in business, you know that you need a reliable source for your widgets and for the ingredients of your widgets. You can't go to the public, your prospective clients, and say to them, we sell widgets, and please come buy our widgets, if you don't have a reliable source of the widgets and the ingredients to build widgets. You've got to be able to have that supply chain in order. And the only way you can have it in order and functioning is if those areas where widgets are made, or you get the ingredients for widgets, you get your oil, whatever it might be, if those places are stable so that it can be reliable for the business. So white people went down and they said, we're not going to be able to do business with this. It's not reliable. Guess we're going to have to draw some maps. Guess we're going to have to draw some countries on the maps. And that's what white people did. They went down and they said, well, this tribe of people, they claim to control this, up to this river there and up to that oak tree or whatever it is there. And that's not going to be good enough. And also the organization of governance is not good enough. Remember, this is my opinion. Look it up in history for yourself. So we're going to say, no, actually now this entire area is your country. And then the tribe would say, generally speaking, well, we actually don't control those other areas. And the white tribe said, oh, well, you do now, because we're going to support you, your tribe, and you are going in return, you're going to do business with us. And you are also going to submit to varying degrees, it vacillates over time, of our influence in your governance, because we need stability here. We can't have you all doing crazy things, right? So then we went out and we helped them defeat the other tribes. And that's why in every country now, you see these internecine disagreements, because we brought together tribes of people that weren't friends. And these things have persisted. These disagreements, these dislikes have persisted. But we've brought it together and we created this order on planet Earth. And you can see, even places where you see communist Chinese, you can look to the influence of white countries that enabled that to become what it has become, this monstrosity, this giant monstrosity. And any white people collaborating with China at this point, they should be seen as enemies to Western civilization. And then there should be proper laws in place to deal with them in the most gruesome, hellish way imaginable. So, if the Chinese communists can take away, Alibaba from one of their own, come on. Let's be adult. No more fooling around. So, white people created that order. Now, that order, then you grow up in it, and you're in, your mother's care or woman's care up until 10 years of age or whatever, and then probably then through the rest of your life, because you weren't passed on to a man of the West who then told you, because he learned from men of the West, that all of this order is an illusion. That the moment we get weak enough, it will break out into something much more natural. Just like your yard goes to something much more natural when you're not constantly tending it and making orderly rectangles out of it through the neighborhood. Becomes something much more natural. And so, son and daughter, you can't just go become an isolationist and think you're going to go hide in the hills and wait for everything to go away. Because the moment that the order breaks down enough that your isolationist plans would be implemented by you and other isolationists, human predators will come and get you. So it won't matter how many water filtering devices you have. It won't matter you brought together 5 or 10 families and you all have 10,000 rounds of kisses to throw out into the wind. Human predators are going to come in waves again and again and again, and there won't be law enforcement or order to prevent that from happening. So that is the isolationist. And you should understand there are a lot of people out there who use fear, the natural instinct of fear, against you to get you to become a Patreon member and to pay them for more fear that they could then sell to you, the fear porn. So if you have been tempted yourself or you know someone, you need to help bring them away from these isolationists, because it's not going to end in a good way. And that is the isolationist. The MC we wanted to cover today is, which one did I say it was going to be? When one is harmed, all are harmed. I thought I had it. Oh, it is here. I apologize. When one is harmed, all are harmed. It's page 250 in Go Free. This is a meme curative, so you can use it in a great many situations. It should be used. It should be a principle that you hold in your heart everywhere you go. Where one of us is harmed, all of us are harmed. When we all begin thinking that way, think of the power that it gives to those of us who are going free, and indeed to our entire people around the world, if it becomes a principle, a guiding principle of our kind, our race, our people, Western kind. When one is harmed, all are harmed. That means we will all come to the defense. We will all attack the victimizer, the attacker. The commentary here is this MC is intended to address the harmful abstractionist idea of radical individualism. Not only do we have to see our own well-being by way of our people's well-being, but we have to see our people's victimization as our victimization, our personal victimization. When our people are harmed, I am personally harmed. I'll tell you right now, one of the things that has inspired me to do so much and to keep going no matter how bad it gets, no matter how many lies are told about me, no matter how bad it gets, is the actual visceral feeling that when our people are harmed, I am harmed. When our people are harmed, I get angry because I am harmed. When our people are harmed, I get active. When our people are harmed, I get more intelligent. That is how you have to be. And you can imagine the power of this as more and more of us feel this way. When one is harmed, all are harmed. You should all be like, say it in unison. When one is harmed, all are harmed. That's how we have to feel. That's how we have to be. And for all of those who are rank and file patriots, conservatives, Republican voters, and you're a little nervous about the whole racial element of it, and you're nervous about it because of anti-whiteism, you're infected with poisonous anti-white ideas, and because your misleaders and misrulers have led you that direction to also adopt that anti-white morality and feel like it's shameful and immoral to think that way. Know this. Everything in Western civilization is being destroyed under the banner of anti-whiteism. Everything you care about. Everything that good non-white people care about as well. It's all being destroyed under the banner of anti-whiteism. If anti-whiteism, if we don't acknowledge that we as white people are being victimized and that we have to defend ourselves, we won't be able to defeat anti-whiteism. We won't be able to combat anti-whiteism. And if we don't combat anti-whiteism, everyone of every immutable characteristic all across all Western countries are going to suffer immeasurably. As the bulwarks that we as men and women of the West have created against nature and against evil in the world, as that is all torn down with the banner of anti-whiteism flying over it, you will get the worst tyrannies to try to hold things together. That's what happens in places like China, where you're worried about China. You're worried about China. You're worried about the communism in places like that. And the tyranny is really what you're thinking about. That people don't have liberty. They don't have freedom. They can't have their own opinions. They can't have their own views. This is what you're thinking. We already have that in the West. Are you allowed to think in defense of yourself when you're victimized for being white? If you want to succeed here, you have to stand up against anti-whiteism. If you want to keep all of these freedoms in place for everyone of all immutable characteristics, you've got to say, I'm white, I'm the target of the attack, and I'm not putting up with it anymore. Only then can you ensure that all of these things that benefit everyone in Western civilization survive. Otherwise, the kind of tyranny that is visited on multiracial populations is that are spinning out of control. They don't have a unity, and it's just this discordant noise. The kind of tyranny that has to be implemented is every bit as dark as communist China. It will be someplace you absolutely won't want to live. And I can only imagine that I'm right there because none of you are moving to China or North Korea. Why not? Let me see what you all are saying. We'll have a quick read from Crucible. We'll jump on over to Entropy. And thank you to the 4 people who have shown up on Entropy. We have the great Roy Danton. Let's get him some raucous emojis, some 07s. He hit the $20 mark with a $20 financial gift. And he says here, thank you, good brother. He says, Promethean hails from Carroll County in the still beautiful state of Virginia. It's an unplanned halfway stop, but spending a rainy evening at a campground is a lot more lovely than doing so on an interstate highway. I couldn't agree more, brother. And we're so happy that you're there. You're tucked into the woods, back in nature, which feeds the spirit of the West. That voice that's inside of us, it feeds us. Nature does. Wildlife does. So we're glad that you're there and you're safe. The highway's not safe anyhow. Get out, keep those 07s rather, and those raucous emojis going for the epic champ who just keeps showing up. Pretty sure he must have a printing machine, just rolling out those $50 bills. Dude, bro, moment. Financially gifting $50. 50. Save our people dollars. 50. Wipe the tears off our babies' faces dollars. God bless you, brother. That is magnificent. And he says here, for white well-being with that $50. What a champ. Man, bless you, good sir. Simon JJ, just keep them going, folks. Just keep them going. 07s and raucous emojis. Simon JJ in over here on Entropy with a 25-pound financial gift. 25. We're not giving up across the pond over here. Pounds. God bless you, Simon. He says, another incredible stream, Jason. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate those kind words. We're trying to reach people. We have, I will talk about it a little bit later in the announcements section, but we have the adverts up still on Gab, and they're doing magnificently. And we're going to continue doing that. It's not cheap. Nobody has gotten to me about like being friends with Torba, so I might have to just reach out myself, and I'm sure, as like a stranger that way, I'll get denied, but we'll still see if we can get the price down at all for the good kind of work that we're doing. And then we have the great Roy Danton is back again with another $10 financial gift. Thank you, my dear brother. With these $10, our great champ says, brother, before I first discovered going free, this almost made me turn my back on everything and become anti-white. Because throwing away my life, everything I learned and achieved was unacceptable. Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that magnificent testimonial, Roy. He found the Go Free method. He found this community of people who, with love, hope, and redemption in our hearts, are focused on our people, not on other races, not on their crime rates, not on their warts, not on what they might do wrong. In fact, welcoming and have welcomed good people of all races, all immutable characteristics, to stand up with us against anti-whiteism before it gets any worse, and to do away with something that is clearly immoral, and that is the victimization of Western kind on the basis of our race. He found the great Roy Danton, folks, found us, and he came in like a storm, a mighty storm across the Atlantic. And he has been a true champ ever since. God bless you, brother. Thank you for being here. He's been a troll slayer. He's made videos. He's financially gifted. He's just a champion all the way around, as so many good folks are here. We're doers in service to white well-being. We're not just observing. We're not just we don't doom document. We don't doom dissect, and we don't doom divine. What we do is we get involved, we embrace the struggle, and we become the solution to the problem for Western civilization and Western kind, and that is anti-whiteism. How do you like that? Let's see what we have over here on Cash App, and then I will see those of you who may have tagged me with questions or comments after looking at Odyssey, of course, and a big hello. I see D Live is up over there, and I see Timmy has brought to us, Timmy, is that Bobson? Has brought a bunch of lovely cat emojis, cats going crazy. Not quite as entertaining as those commercials for those god-awful movies that were made called Girls Gone Wild, but Cats Gone Wild is the next. It's sort of the same. There's also a cat looking at me with a mustache that I've not seen before, looking directly at me. And other cat gifs. There's one cat here jamming out. Must have been when we were listening to the music. Thank you very much for that, Timmy. We have over here on Cash App, God bless all of you. We have, there's our dear sister, I love Jesus Christ, has appeared with a $10 financial gift. God bless you. Thank you so very much for that. And with that $10, she says, as is custom for this good lady, this dear sister, she says, for white well-being. You see, folks, everybody can implement the Go Free method. It's a method. It's a psychological defense. It's a practice. You practice it. And you can do it with Christianity. You could do it if you're a pagan. You could do it if you're an atheist. You can do it but you shouldn't watch sports ball. You could do it in your lodge. You could do it everywhere. And we deeply appreciate that. Thank you so very much. I've had folks tell me that I remember one just coming to mind right now. A guy that wrote, maybe you all will remember this. I was about a year ago, maybe. He wrote, and he had a pretty long testimonial saying that the Go Free method had made him an infinitely better Catholic, in his opinion. He's a Catholic, but I guess fallen away. But the Go Free method, he implemented that in his life, and now he feels so much stronger and better as a Catholic. It helps us in every one of our pursuits. It has even helped people who are two different guys that don't know each other, power lifters, wrote me and said that they overcame plateaus once they started to treat themselves. And there's nothing magical about this. This is the human animal. Can a baby elephant, once they started to finish the sentence, once they started to treat themselves for their meme pathogens, the anti-white poisonous concepts in your mind. There's no magic to that. There's magic in this world, but there's no magic to this. You can take a baby elephant and you can tie it to a big iron stake in the ground, a big, heavy iron stake that you wouldn't be able to pull with your Volkswagen. And the baby elephant will try and try and try with all of its mighty baby elephant strength to get away, and it can't. Everybody knows this is true. And when it becomes an adult, they can just tie with some twine to a little wooden peg in the ground, and that big elephant will go nowhere unless it accidentally kicks it loose. Otherwise, it'll just stand there. It will look at the spike and see that it can't go further. It can't do. You have the exact same thing going on in your head with these meme pathogens. You can't do. You are evil. You should limit yourself. It is wrong for you to succeed. Do you think if you were to go to a sewing circle of women and say, what if you took a non-white kid? Nobody would ever do this. And you told him from birth all the way up through his childhood that he shouldn't be great. He should not be great. Do you think that might undermine his ability to be great? And every one of them will nod, yes, oh yeah, they will put down their knitting and absolutely. So don't you think that's what happens to white kids? And you'll suddenly see them get all nervous. But that, of course, is exactly what happens to white kids. They'll get all nervous because they'll say, well, wait a second. Did Paul Ryan come out against the victimization of our people? No. Did my favorite Buddy Brown or one of these others, conservative content creators, did they come out and say? So no, it must be immoral. So no, I don't know that it would happen to white kids. Only happen to non-white, because that's when there isn't this anti-white morality that gets in the way of them saying the truth, what we all know. God bless you. I love Jesus Christ. Thank you for that. And we have here, it looks like, we're going to go ahead and get out the raucous emojis, because I think there are two from the great Marco, both of them $10. So that's the $20 limit. That we could start giving 07s and raucous emojis. I love seeing in other live chats, people take these like screenshots and they'll say, what are raucous emojis? $10 financial gift from the great Marco. And this is not foam Marco, the Republican down in Florida. Yeah, when you get these basic bitch Republican misleaders like Marco Rubio, you get foam wearers. When you get a real man of the West, you get smoke curling on the asphalt from wheels peeling out from souped up motorcycles and cars. Big difference. The men of the West, they wear the rubber made smoke from the asphalt. The rhinos, the basic bitch ones, they wear foam. Both are white, but it's, you know what, and they probably wear other things as well that are white. The basic bitch Republicans. But we won't go there. This Marco, though, is a champ. He's financially gifting $10, and he says, this is number one, I guess, so the other's number two. This says, good job, bud. I saw Daily Wire use anti-white. Nice. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Another success that these jealous people, these, what shall we call them? Jealous people in the white sympathetic sphere will deny to us. We have Marco back for the other half of that $20, the other $10. God bless you for that, brother. And he says here, in an article that they wrote, so using anti-white in an article that they wrote, and he adds here, love the show. Thank you so much. That's magnificent. Good to see you. I don't know if you're new or if you have been around for a while, maybe lurking, but since you showed up and I've been seeing your name, you've been showing up, and we appreciate it. Thank you so much. The good Marco. Not the bad one down in Florida. Let's see. Who do we have next? I think this is Art Acrobats is in with $2.14 financial gift. Thank you, good brother. And he says to buy panty diapers for conservative men. That's great. Panty diapers for the conservative men. Yeah, that's what we should say. When the ladies are heading out to buy their panty diapers, we should pick up some for the sewing circle men. Yeah, pick up a whole bunch of those tampons and maxi pads and senior diapers for the conservative men. Put that on their desk. Make sure that they know that we know about them. That's great. $2.14 for their panty diapers. Yeah, if you've got something silly you want to say, financial gift is the easiest way to do it, because I'm reading all of those. Unless you say something that could damage, the channel, or something that is definitely against what I stand for. But otherwise, if you want to say something silly, you can go ahead and financially gift to say it. Wow, get out your raucous emojis and 07s. For Sarah. Sarah just financially gifted 50. Save our white baby dollars. 50. Get the sewing circle males their diapers as well. Dollars. Thank you so much, Sarah. $50. She says here, we're with you. Thank you for your work. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for everything that you're doing in service to white well-being. And thank you for standing up with this testimonial of $50 US, saying enough is enough to the anti-whites. God bless you, sister. Thank you. We need a meme, or we need to, that would be good. That would be really good, is to go into the office of one of these conservative Republican misleaders, anti-whites, and you could get a video, and you just bring a box or a container of adult diapers, or no, better, if it's a male politician, bring in some maxi pads, and then say, well, I know he's an anti-white pussycat, so I just want to drop these off for him. Get that on video. and then mention something about how anti-white he is, and leave. Get that on the air to his out on the internet. Make sure it gets to his constituency. We have here, let's see, hardwood operator, financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, good sir. And says here, for the defense of Western kind. I love it. Thank you so much. You see, people thinking in this way, it's a revolutionary thing. It is an absolutely revolutionary thing to switch, to click over. And many of you have these great stories. And this is the kind of thing that you can share in your going free clubs. It's these great stories of having that moment where you click over to seeing things from our story rather than the anti-white narrative. These like epiphanic moments. And then what ends up happening is it's not one. Nobody has just one. They have numerous, because you've lived a lifetime in the anti-white narrative. So that subconscious mind that's governing, 85, 90, 95% of your life, that subconscious mind will click you right back. And then you'll go back to the study. This is why it's a practice. This is why it's a thinking thing you have to do. Nobody here is just memorizing the whims of some leader, Marshall Applewhite, or whatever it might be. You have to think for yourself here, and then you'll have another epiphanic moment. These things are better than orgasms. I mean, come on, let's be serious. You have this like, holy moly moment. That's the thing. The living beside, I could see a scenario like this. You have a couple living beside another couple in a condo or in some apartments. And one day, this couple over here who is firmly stuck in the anti-white narrative, the man goes to the man of this couple who is, that couple's going free. And they keep having these epiphanic moments while they're together. And this guy comes over and he says, man, what are you doing? You and her are just off all the time. I mean, I can hear you howling. My wife is getting jealous. Oh, really? We're just going free. We're having these epiphanic moments where we're like, oh my God. Oh my God. And they're hearing that next door. All right, let's see if anything's happening over there on Odyssey. All right. Who's commenting today? All right, looks like we have a financial gift of library tokens over there by Nationalism TV. And they are, it's 100 library tokens over there, the cryptocurrency of Odyssey. Thank you so very much for that. And saying with those 100 library tokens, marketing is the key. There is no point of hosting these streams if no one is listening. All gets lost. Absolutely, I agree 100% there. That's what happens every single time. We're just working away. I'm working away, running myself, my voice thin, myself ragged. Then I get fired up again. Then I get going again. But I want my voice and what I'm doing to be reaching as many people as possible. And so it's got to be advertising. On these other platforms, I don't know what's going on, but they're supposedly independent, right? Like Odyssey, for example, supposedly independent. We only have, how many of you who are over on Odyssey came to this stream because Odyssey recommended it? I mean, it's like Parler and these other ones that are supposedly independent. They're alternative. They are against anti-whiteism in that you're not allowed to contradict anti-whiteism on the main platforms. You go over to these other platforms. Now you're supposedly free. And if you don't bring your own audience there from elsewhere, you don't get one. You would think algorithmically, they say they have a clean algorithms that work, don't they? I mean, some folks, if Fernal is watching or listening right now, and others who can speak to this, algorithmically, shouldn't they be talking? Do you all remember when I hit the front page of D Live And it obviously had something to do with how often I stream, how much content I produce, interaction in the live chat, a number of things. And then what did DLive do? They immediately censored me into oblivion. Right now, you can't find me on the platform. The ability to give me financial gifts by way of their cryptocurrency taken away. Odyssey, no one knows. No one knows about me there, right? Is anyone being recommended? No one. You would think with these gigantic live streams and the interaction and people financially gifting that it would be recommended. People would be checking in, an audience would be growing there the same way it used to be back before YouTube was corrupted by the anti-whites. It seems like Odyssey started out that way. And what's really sad is that there are a lot of content creators who would say about Odyssey, for example, that's the place to go. That's the place to go because it's free and unfettered or whatever. Really? Is it? What about what about what's it called? BitChute. When you're putting up, when giant videos are going up and consistently, regularly, big videos going, and by the way, for these content creators, they want content, or for these platforms, they want prolific content creators to be on their platforms because they want to grow their platform, right? They want more and more prolific content creators. How do you keep people producing content? You get audiences to them. So it makes sense that you would push people the direction of the folks who keep producing content. And then you would let the audience decide whether or not they want to watch that person. Right? So if the person was just maybe streaming all the time, but it was just them staring off into space and like running their finger around one of their nipples, people wouldn't stay. And so you would know as the platform, by way of the people's decision, when you present it, they click on it, they show up, they don't stay. That's their decision. Your place is to push people. BitChute, same thing, consistently putting up videos. Parler, consistently. What's the other conservative one? Consistently putting up posts. More posts than anybody else. Posts are going up all the time and not getting pushed to anyone. So how does that make sense? How does it make sense? My guess is that if you push the right kind of effete, feckless, conservative garbage, cuckservative garbage, that then they will begin pushing you. That then suddenly the algorithm will have you out in all of their audience's faces and your audience will grow. So I think Odyssey's captured. It doesn't need to, when I say captured, it doesn't need to be a capture by, the government picked up the phone or ADL picked up the phone. They are reading the tea leaves. Just as any amoral actor dropped into anti-white America, Canada, UK, wherever it might be, will pursue their self-interest and say, which way does the wind blow? Oh, if you care for white people, then anti-whites are going to have a problem with you. That might jeopardize you making money. But if you push this feckless garbage, well, then a bunch of dummies are going to show up with their dollars, and you can and thereby charge also advertisers more. So I think they're captured. I think Odyssey is completely captured. We know DLive is 100% captured. That's been made clear many times. BitChute captured, Parler captured. They're not promoting all of the the endless content that I'm creating. They're not promoting any of it, which makes no sense. I mean, here I am. I'm a handsome guy. I'm far more well-spoken than anybody they're going to have on any of their other channels. Anybody who might have the verbal intelligence that I have, anywhere remotely close to that, they're going to be all like ugly and spindly and effete, and they're going to talk really slow, and they're going to go, that's how they talk. So it makes no sense. We have great production value. The chat's loaded with women. Odyssey should look at all the production that I make, quality production that I make. If this were really about being an alternative to the anti-white system, they would look here and they would say, all right, well, where else is this guy streaming? How many people? We want all the people on our platform. If he's got so many elsewhere, let's push it out to our viewers, because we want all the people of his audience here and more. If he's able to get that many people on YouTube, they're censoring the shit out of him. We want them and more. So hello to all of you over there. Thank you so much. Marketing is the key, says Nationalism TV. I did that on purpose. Are you ready for my rap career? My rap name is going to be the Colonizer. And my album cover, I'm gonna be like, sitting like this, and I'm gonna have a bunch of like lassie dogs. The Colonizer. Thank you so much, hard wood operator over there on. Let me see what you all are saying here, and we'll do a quick reading, and then we will keep moving. Thank you to everyone who has been celebrating, folks who have been contributing in various ways. You're champs. I appreciate it. I see Lunder is saying hello. He's saying, good day, brother. Well, big good day to you. I got to learn how to say that right. Good day? Is that right? Good day. Good day. What if I were, that's how I would say. I would say it more like, for you, Lunder, I would say, good day. And then for our beautiful women over there, I would be like, good day. Caleb said, Jason definitely could be in The Matrix. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, it was probably the heroes there modeled after me. Kingdom of Vinland, Brandon C is here. Lane Sabatino, the first last, JK160, Jerome, our dear young lady, Ladybug, is with us. Wonderful to see you. Another lady, Nancy Drew, is with us. Great to see you. Corbin, Mike, Paul. Another lady, Mrs. Jess Horace. Wonderful to see. The great Franklin is here, making it happen. Who else? Looks like a pornographer entered briefly, and the Troll Slayers laid waste to the pornography. All right, what do we have? Anybody tagging me? Spike says, I just got here. Is Buddy Brown anti-white? Yes. If a person won't acknowledge the victim of the attack, if they won't say this is what's happening, it is anti-whites victimizing white people, which, and I'm no expert on Buddy, but others who watch him are. Others who watch him they do say that he's not said that before. It's everything else under the sun. So if you facilitate the victimization of Western kind, that makes you anti-white. And getting his colossal fan base to ignore that victimization is to be anti-white. Now, if he says other things that are anti-white, then I haven't seen them yet. So if somebody knows of that, they could chime in. Euro Yankee is here. Great to see you, good sister. So's the great Fornall and Brand Danger. Troll Slayers extraordinaire. And so's another lady, Coconut. Thank you, and good to see you, sister. There's Simon in the chat. Wonderful to see you. And just strolling through. Elaine says, going free is couples therapy. Yeah, it is. You can heal together. Let's see. Who else is here? Lewis is here. And Victorian Time Traveler. His rap name is Avalanche. And Mr. Lunder says, haha, nailed the name. Almost nailed G'day. It's almost like G'day. Oh, well, I'm going to have to listen to some native speakers saying that a few times to be able to get that right. All right, I'll turn back around here. We're going to keep things rolling with a quick reading. This is chapter 52. Where was I going to read to? I originally had decided. Are my glasses here? Oh, for the love of God. How am I going to do this? How far did I want to read? Maybe I should save the reading since we're already... Maybe I'll save the reading since we're already... I'll save it for next Sunday since I don't have the glasses here. I mean, I guess I could read. But we're already deep into the show, and I won't have time for calls and a lot of these comments that are here. So I will save that reading, and we'll make sure we have the glasses next time. They're just for effect. They don't actually work. They're just for, I just look handsome a different way, and everybody likes that.
Welcome to the show. You made it this far. Tell me how you got those scars. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Playing cards from picket fences, bodies blown to crimson messes, cameras swarm to forge the message. I get so tired of the ultra dense, unaware they've lost their innocence. Can anybody help them? I've been awake long enough to see the bridge fall down, long before the lockdown. Couldn't recognize my hometown. And now you've got to know who's in control.
Would you like to network with white positive people in your area to rid your community of anti-whiteism, to help ensure the well-being of Western kind? If so, please consider joining or creating a Go Free Club. Go Free or Going Free clubs are dedicated to teaching the practice of going free of the anti-white meme pathogens preventing Western kind from protecting themselves from anti-whiteism. By forming clubs, white positive members of a community can help each other to overcome the anti-white propaganda they have been infected with by utilizing the teachings of Jason Kuna's book, Go Free. Go Free clubs have been forming throughout Western civilization since October 2021. If you are interested in joining a club, simply reach out to the founder by email, and they will begin the vetting process to ensure you are white positive and willing to positively contribute to the club. You do not need to provide any identifying information to begin the vetting process, but you will need to meet with a club representative in person before joining an in-person meeting. In addition to joining an existing club, please consider forming your own if you live in an area currently lacking a club. Current clubs may be dedicated to entire countries or states, but as membership grows, clubs can begin to form at the city and town level. Mr. V, the founder of the first Go Free Club, is serving as the leader of the other Go Free Club founders. He will walk you through the process of forming your own club. Please reach out to him at gofreeclub@protonmail.com. Please help us to ensure the well-being of Western kind and Western civilization. Thank you.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Sometimes it unmutes me, sometimes it doesn't. It's a fickle thing. How's the audio? Is it clear? Is it consistent? I made a little change there so that we could hear this music better. Big thank you. Big thank you to everyone who has created clips and music, and it's wonderful that we have these things to play between Final Blossom, Livia there, and others. It's wonderful to be able to play these things. I was trying to remember who actually made that. Oh, that was, wasn't that Groundhog Fury, I think, made that. Yeah. Awesome, isn't it? Another champ. Another big just champ in service to white well-being. Really love that guy. So let's get to some of the news, or some of the announcements. And let's get to some of the announcements. I see First Last saying check the Cash App. I will do that, my good brother. And what is this? Okay, everything looks okay. Let's get, where were we? Did anybody else read that Nick Sandman had the outcome that I predicted? Am I wrong in this? Yeah, Elaine Sabatino, she said Groundhog Fury and a bunch of fires. Yeah, man. We're going to build statues. I'm going to build some statues to these champs. They're going to be real statues. Popcorn Power said sound is solid. Thank you for the feedback. Yeah, there'll be real statues. Actual
statues, and you won't be able to get close to them because they'll be surrounded by landmines. So any anti-whites coming up close, there'll be plenty of signs to let them know. But yes, or maybe what I'll do is I'll surround them, what was it, like Summer said, with bear traps. And then I could just say I'm actually trapping, wherever I'm just trapping anti-white scum, I guess. Did anybody hear about Nick Sandman? First Last says, Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. That's funny. Yes, well, everyone said when the Sandman thing happened, everybody started saying, not so much here. This is obviously the advanced placement class, right? This is the advanced placement. So not so much here, but elsewhere. I went, I'm regularly every week on PWR, unless it's one of the guys who doesn't want to appear with me, and that has a much more diverse audience, if you will, of the different circles in the white sympathetic sphere. Certainly there, and I appeared on some other shows, and people in the being interviewed, and people in their audiences, and then people elsewhere. Telegram and places said, "Oh, Jason's full of shit. No, this kid is going to become a centimillionaire off. It's going to be a huge victory and all because it's so clear cut and dry. It's so perfectly clear." And so the issue I have here is not that once again I was correct, and that which is not something that it is just doable or achievable by me. You use the Go Free method, you understand human nature, and then you will always get it right, or almost always, as close as a human being can get. But I said, no, he's going to lose. It doesn't matter. And they said, oh, no, he'll win. He's going to win millions and millions and millions. And Jason's just a narc. He's just a cop. He's just a whatever. Out comes the slanders from all the Aryans. A lot of them would call themselves Aryans. And we were talking about that the other day. And just nothing but negativity for yours truly. Nothing but negativity. I mean, in the dozens and dozens of comments. And how much of a sure thing this was. And then I think that the other community outside of, or kind of distant, I guess, from us, the America First community, even had people who slandered me and said, "Oh, it's horse shit. That guy doesn't know what he's talking about." And come to find out, I was right, at least at this point. Nick Sandman, I remember when he won in court initially, and they all came back and they said, "Oh, he won. You were wrong. You were so wrong. He won in court." And a judge just threw it all out. So I'm not happy that the judge threw it out, all of his cases. So his libel suits tossed out. Do you remember it was something in like the scores or hundreds of millions of dollars that these different media empires would have to pay? And I specifically said they'll drag it out forever, and then he'll end up with nothing or next to nothing. And how do I know this? Because the anti-whites dominate the court system. This is always how it is. You know what else is always how it is? Is that the people who say that I'm garbage and I don't know what I'm talking about, when I end up being right, they never come back and apologize. They never come back and say, "Wow, that guy was right again. Maybe we should listen to what he has to say." No, they just pretend like they didn't notice that I ended up being right. So I'm not happy about Sandman having his cases thrown out, his libel suits. And that's, I assume, legally the end of it. Because then now they've had a judgment, they've had this appeal, and now it's been tossed out. I assume that's the end of it. So, yeah, there were people who actually, I don't know if you all remember, maybe you do, you got long memories, that after he won, they were like breaking down all of the millions and millions and millions he now had and how that was going to hurt the media. That was another thing I said. It wasn't going to hurt the media empires at all.
having to pay this guy. It wouldn't harm them whatsoever. They're being subsidized with tax dollars. So how is it going to hurt them? They'll just say they need more. But so in other words, you're paying ultimately, and subsidized by companies that are being subsidized by your tax dollars who buy advertising on their platforms. And they know nobody's going to come back. I won't go on to PWR this coming Wednesday and have, 30, 40 some people saying in the live chat, wow, Jason, really sorry. Really sorry. You were really right about what was going to happen to that kid. And a lot of these guys, the same kind of guys who like to slander me just perennially, who are now taking up a use of some of the lexicon that we are putting into society and saying that we had nothing to do with it. These folks, they just say, well, here's another example of Jason just saying we can't win except by his method. Well, here you have Nick Sandman, and he won in court, so it didn't have to be Jason's way. And now they won't say shit. They're not going to come back and say shit. But at least we know. At least all of our friends here, we know. We were right. And for all of you, congratulations to all of you who, when I made my case about lawfare not working against the anti-whites, that you all thought about it and you said, yeah, that's true. That's absolutely not going to work for him. Now you end up seeing. And how much strain did that put on the family? How much strain did that put, on and on? How much hardship was there for folks going through that? Now, I'm not saying that I would have, if I were present, and I said this back then, telling the family what to do, advising the family what to do. I don't know. If I had all the information that they have there, I would probably have recommended, I know, if moving forward, it would have been a much more focused for a much smaller sum and try to get them to just pay and walk away from it. But you're not going to win in the courts. Forget it. Doesn't matter how right you are. There's this real problem that white people have. We are stricken with it. And that is, we think there's some sort of God of fairness. I don't know what you want to call him, the God of fairness. And that the God of fairness is going to descend. And because it's objectively fair, it will go your way. And I know in the case of Sandman, I had people saying to me that it made me anti-Christian because they were going to pray and it was all going to work out fine because they prayed. And I said, bullshit, God's not going to touch it. Why would the creator care? I mean, come on. So anyhow, unfortunately for him, I also want to mention this. This is another interesting thing, but maybe I'll just save that for another day. But I do want to mention that Patriotic Alternative is having, over there in the UK, is having their It's Okay to Be White campaign. And we're not, in my estimation, from the very beginning of the It's Okay to Be White phenomenon, I didn't like the slogan, It's Okay to Be White. Now, putting up some posters that say it's okay to be white for Patriotic Alternative to be part of their campaign is another thing, is a different thing altogether. So I'm asking you to put up a poster, put up at least one poster of It's Okay to Be White. I don't know if PA has maybe on their website, if somebody knows, if they have a printout for a It's Okay to Be White Patriotic Alternative and their web address on it or something like that. That would be nice if we had a couple of those that got photographed in the United States that we could send over there to show the camaraderie that we are participating in this campaign as we hit the top of the 8th hour on the East Coast, United States. 1 hour left. Be taking calls and comments soon, and any other financial gifts there might be. I know there's at least one from First Last. And so that would be nice to participate there. And please get those you can get them to me. You can let us know here, and we'll find a way to get those up. Maybe you could tweet the picture you take and then send and tag me, and then I could copy it and I could send it on to Mark, and then they will have some more from the States or from Australia or from wherever that our people, folks who are implementing the Go Free method, can show, hey, we are, this is a symbol of our camaraderie, and we want you all to have great success in your "It's Okay to Be White" campaign that comes up every year around this time. And I think it's August. What is it? Is it the 9th? That is like the finish date. So they need their pictures by then, I guess. And then I think they might even distribute awards or something like this. Bragging rights, I think, for whoever in the UK, whoever posts the most or the most spectacular posting of the. And I think it's a good way for them to, build enthusiasm, galvanize, and that sort of thing. But I did say, as you all know, from the very beginning, that I didn't like the "It's Okay to Be White" slogan. And everybody all over the white, this is another example, I've just got to go ahead and say it. Everybody across the white sympathetic sphere was effusive about "It's Okay to Be White." They were so excited about "It's Okay to Be White." And I said, nope, it's problematic because it's inside the anti-white narrative. It is merely turning back or turning over the other statements of the anti-whites. And so, like, for example, like White Lives Matter, for example, turning over Black Lives Matter. And that a high school student, I said, a kid would be able, maybe I didn't say a high school student, but I said a kid would be able to turn this back by just simply saying, of course it's okay to be white, you just can't be a racist. And then it was like a week later or something that it was a high school kid that ended up saying that on an interview, the news, said essentially that same thing. And a lot of people were very unhappy about that. And then I think it was Final Blossom. And I said, no white guilt is infinitely better than White Lives Matter or "It's Okay to Be White," because you are outside the anti-white narrative. And I went into the depth, the reasons for that. When you use something that merely turns over a saying or slogan inside the anti-white narrative, you merely remind our brothers and sisters of the anti-white slogan. In my opinion, you don't get them thinking about what you're trying to push. And so people were most upset, and y'all will probably remember that. And then Final Blossom came up with this great phrase that said, "It's okay to be white is okay, but no white guilt is better." Was that Final Blossom? That was brilliant, whoever did that in the live chat. And anyhow, this past Wednesday on PWR, we had Professor Dutton on. And Professor Dutton said, now, long after I took all the heat, which is so common in the white sympathetic sphere, I took all the heat about taking the principled stand, saying this doesn't work. Long after, Dutton then says, I don't think I like "It's Okay to Be White." Kind of gives a couple of the same reasons that I did, just passingly. And he gets one person in that live chat to contradict him. Nobody's saying that he's problematic. Nobody is saying that he's trying to run things into the ground. None of that. Nobody is saying that, well, he's just saying it doesn't work because it's not in his program. It's not part of his Go Free method, and it works. And he's just as selfish, and he doesn't want anybody to have any success. So now it is quite common for people to say that, well, they really don't like that. They don't think it's very effective. And Dutton, no response like I got when I was first saying it. So we are the community, the kind of people, men of the West. They say hard things that are the truth, that people don't like, even in their community. And they're not saying something just for the purpose of being contrarian. If the point or position that's under discussion is something that he or a woman of the West agrees with, then they say, yes, I think this is right because of this. But when in their hearts, they believe, no, this is destructive. I don't really care what everyone else in this community is saying. That shows a lot of courage. That shows integrity, doesn't it? What kind of person do you want in charge? The kind of person who's going to go, what are people saying now in this community? And then I'll say that so that everybody celebrates me, even if it's harmful. Do you want somebody like that? Or do you want somebody that says, I looked at this,
it doesn't work. It's not right. In fact, it achieves the opposite, in my opinion. And therefore, I suggest to everybody, don't do it, even when there's the intense pressure of everybody saying, yes, you should be for this. How many times have you seen me have to say the opposite of what the entire community was endorsing and receive nothing but just acrimony and calumny from folks? Then I end up being the one holding the position that people all eventually adopt. Nobody comes back to apologize or say, wow, the no white guilt guy was totally right. Maybe we should listen to him next time. I mean, it saddens me in all like honesty, in all seriousness. It really saddens me that we are supposed, the white sympathetic sphere is supposed to be like good people, good folks. And this is not the behavior of good people and good folks. It's really unfortunate. This is the behavior of malefactors. This is the behavior of bad folks. This is the behavior of detestable people, I'm afraid. And that hurts me, that so many of these people's characters are so bad. I mean, that's just a reality. You see it in their behavior. Nobody, you didn't see folks jumping up and saying, well, hold on, community, in these other circles. You didn't see them jump saying, hold on, this guy's dedicated his life and he's a thinking person and he's bright and he's got our interests at heart. Maybe we should listen to what he has to say and not just like go with the common notion, go with what the crowd is saying at the moment. No, it's just right to the demonization, right to, well, he's just selfish. And since he's so stuck on himself, he doesn't want to endorse something that he didn't create. And he's so, how many of those comments I read? And you don't think that actually, affects me personally? Of course it does. Of course it does, to see one comment after the other, just like you feel pressure from a group of people around you, your team, your class, your sports team, your team at work, your family, and they put this pressure on you. You know what that feels like. Especially when you have people in what's supposed to be like your community, and they're all putting this pressure on you, and then making up, and then that if you don't conform, that they're just it's gonna be calumnies from the beginning to the end. It's gonna be nothing but accusations of everything that is gross imaginable that'll be leveled at you. And then every single one of those you see, and you see the momentum. You see the momentum picking up, and then I got to stick with my principles. I've got to stick with, this is the conclusion after I've evaluated this about what is best for our people, what is best for them to get out into the world and say. And from the start of that, and the same as White Lives Matter, from the start of that, I objected, but I said more power to those who want to do it. I just don't think it's, more power to those who want to do it, to the point of saying to Mark, yeah, we'll participate. We'll put up your posters and get pictures, even though I think it's a phrase that is unproductive or less productive, far less productive, especially when you're putting up like White Lives Matter or it's okay to be white and there's nothing else with it. You're not giving somebody someplace to go. You've done nothing, in my opinion, nothing. In my opinion. But to step up and say, this is what I really think is good for us, and to have the people that I'm supposed to have as my friends, my comrades, my brothers, my sisters, my supporters, I'm out there with my face and name, and to have these people then behind me, throwing spears at me, my back, and growing a momentum against me, is hurtful. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's hurtful. And it also hurts that to have to come to an ugly conclusion about people because of the ugly behavior they exhibit. That hurts as well. Try to imagine somebody that you really thought you knew and you thought was a really good person, and then they do something really ugly, and then you have to form a new opinion about them because of it. That's upsetting. You know, you feel like you're tarnishing them, even though it was their behavior. You know, I guess that's the difference between good people and not so good people. But yeah, Ed Dutton jumps in and says, no, I don't like it. And no slander, no saying that he's selfish and he just wants his way or no way. No saying that he's undercover cop or a Jewish person or homosexual or any of these. They're rapist of children and everything else. Just one person said in the live chat, oh, I like that. I think it works. Respectfully. That's awful. Okay, so get to these comments now. Oh, the other thing I want to mention about the advertisements that I put up on Gab. Apparently, some people have come to the conclusion. We have one up right now for Mondays are for the Dragons. And it's going magnificently. I mean, it's really tens of thousands of people are seeing the advertising. Can you imagine? Be at these two shows. Yiz show is at 6 to 8. And for Knowles is 8 to 10, 11, 12, whenever he decides to quit. Be at these two shows. Participate. If you've got to just log on and just let it run on your device or your laptop, let it run so that just in case algorithmically it will help. And also just seeing another person watching there might mean something to someone new who shows up. So you could do that. One thing do not do. You can click on the advertisement once to see what comes up, to see what it's all about. Don't conclude that clicking on the advertisement does something algorithmically for the advertisement. It doesn't work that way. They are not showing the ad more because people are clicking on it. That's not how it works. When you see it, you can cheer, but don't click on it. Once you've clicked on it once, no more. The reason why is every time it's clicked on, I'm charged. So if you're like, every time you see it, you're clicking it, I'm getting charged every time. So let's let everybody know when an ad comes up for something that we're advertising, go ahead, click on it one time to have a look. That's cool. Nothing wrong with that. Have a look at what the ad's all about. Maybe you'll come up with a recommendation for me. Hey, Jason, don't do this next time. Do that next time, I suggest. But then after that, don't keep clicking on it. It's not like videos where it could potentially algorithmically help it out. It's just another payment I have to make to Gab. I think that's it for those. Let me get we'll get to these comments really quickly. We'll take a look at the financial gifts and see if any of you have anything to say. Wow, folks. Raucous emojis, 07s, standing tall and saluting First Last, who is financially gifted 100 Save Our People from Victimization dollars. 100 from First Last, who is with us still in the live chat right now. Raucous emojis and 07s. Thank you, my dear brother. That is magnificent. 100 testimonial dollars to the success of the Go Free method. God bless you, good brother. We really do appreciate you. A champ, a gentleman, and in service many ways to white well-being, including this financial gift. And for every one of those minutes and every one of those dollars and every one of those ounces of his powerful intellect that he gives, we are deeply appreciative. That's magnificent. First Last, $100. $100 testimonial. God bless you, man. That is awesome. Let me check over here really quickly. Okay, we got, looks like Odyssey. No more. And if you know anything about Odyssey, you want to contact if you know the people who are in charge over there, say, what's going on? Why doesn't this guy come up as a recommendation? If that's what they do there or not. For anybody else, I don't know. I get recommendations. So I find it hard to believe that no one on the platform ever clicks to watch any of the streams I do. I mean, give me a break. Give me a break. I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but still, that's pretty silly, especially when you look up the kind of videos that they're showing on Odyssey. That's great. First last, $100. All right, we'll check out. We're going to phone calls. If you'd like to have a phone call tonight, let me know. Write in over here on Skype that you would like to have a call. Then I call you, and we'll have everybody gets a short call. We can't give real big long calls. I think if we focus on everybody having like sharp, like they come in pithily, make your point, and then you go, then maybe we'll engender more people to come on pithily making their point and then going. We can get a number of folks. But of course, we know that the great Mr. V will be one of those tonight. Anybody else, please reach out on Skype. Let me know. We'll get to these comments really quickly. And also your comments in the live chat. Make sure you tag me so that I will see that you have a question for yours truly. But we're going to get over here quickly. We've got so many, you wouldn't believe it. I love it. Coveted writes here, I don't have time to watch a 4-hour show, so thanks for the timestamps. Now that I know this, I will check out more of your videos. Long live Europa. That's magnificent. Thank you so much. And of course, almost all of those, I think I read Coveted's before, were done by No White Guilt Clips, who's already so very busy. But some other folks have jumped in there. I think Pants has. And who else? Who else has? But a big thank you to everybody who's done, especially Clips, because he's done the lion's share, and that is not an easy thing to do. So it's a big service. Many more people will come to view what we're doing here because they can jump right to a spot in the video that they're interested in. And by the way, for everybody else they feel like they don't have enough time for a 4-hour show, you watch 1 hour one day, 1 hour the next, 1 hour the day after that, 1 hour the day after that. I mean, it's very easy to actually, I used to do this myself. I would have the entire day filled with podcasts and streams as I was working, when I could listen to something else, as I was driving, educating myself. Unmapped insights, so much eye-opening and perception-changing material from Jason. I know I read this. Biospirit, as mentioned in the video and by others, is a whole new concept for me. Let me see where the Hyperborean Dream writes here, national crime. Oh no, I did not read that here. I posted it. So much eye-opening and perception-changing material from Jason. Biospirit, as mentioned in this video and by others here, is a whole new concept for me. I completely get it. I liked the analogy about how we bring Australia or America with us into a new land. The education system has let us down badly. Very enlightening. Thank you. That's by Unmapped Insights. Hyperborean Dream says, and thank you for that testimonial. Hyperborean Dream says, National Crime Victimization Survey shows at least 1 million violent crimes are stopped by law-abiding firearm owners every year, including some 200,000 sexual assaults. 3/4 of the time, the firearm doesn't have to be discharged. Yeah, the media, the anti-white media is definitely not going to be reporting on that reality, are they? Because they want to take away the right to self-defense, which, did you notice Trump using right to self-defense? Where else is that used? Who has been using that consistently for year after year after year, and facing opposition from all Second Amendment people, firm opposition from Second Amendment people who say, no, don't call it self-defense, don't. And then I explain why, and sometimes they get it, most of the time they don't. But suddenly Trump, Remember, I'm sure you can find me and contact me. I'm sure you can do it. I'm ready to go to work. Let's see. Dan says, an episode or two ago, Jason mentioned all the, quote, free porn pushing prepper types. Fear porn. Free porn. I was like, free porn? I don't need glasses. They're just for looks. It's just for looks. I want to add some depth to the character that I am with the occasional glasses. So Jason mentioned the fear porn pushing prepper types that either running away into the woods, into some bunker fortress, or some terror-inducing financial or precarious metals, right, exactly, or some passport-pushing con man advocating running away to some foreign country that, quote, treats you better, close quote, except it's not true when everything is balanced out. All of them, all caps, are bad faith. Try to scare people into purchasing their product. Jason is, he says, mostly right. We have to maintain our society, at least when it's functioning properly. The one problem with Jason's method, says Dan, is that instead of various forms of running away, there is a need to strategically retreat and regroup, operate at a safe house, incubated, semi-underground alternative society, a safe place to network, outward, absolutely not a monastery sitting all alone that the future rebirth can grow from. Well, he goes on a little bit here. He's essentially saying that to save time, Dan, I guess, has not seen that we encourage strategic relocation. We encourage there being whole neighborhoods becoming white positive. We encourage, if people can get together, say there are a number of people who are white positive, and they say, well, we'd all like to move to maybe the exurbs or something, and we can go out there and we can be more effective for white well-being out there than the time and money we have to spend in here on different security, et cetera, different jobs, because it costs so much more being closer into the city or whatever it might be. We want that. So what Dan is actually saying is something that we argue for as well in strategic relocation. Now, he does mention here about a place to work after the fall. I don't know what he means by fall. If he means the fall of society, there'll be no recreating in anything that we could understand after the fall of society. That would be monstrous beyond conception. After the fall of, maybe he means the stability that we have now, so that society still exists, but it's even more ramshackle and chugging along that way, sort of a squalid, abject way, then sure, I agree with that. A fall of society, it will be hell on earth. Hell on earth. Azimuth Clark says, same message I hear today. Go Free changed my life for the better. Give it a try. This community is built around love, hope, and redemption. Are you feeling alone in an anti-white world, struggling with what our country has become? You're not alone! ! Come go free with us. I finally feel like I have found where I belong. Promethean hails. Well, big Promethean hails to you, good brother. God bless you for that magnificent testimonial and this invitation to our brothers and sisters out there. That's who we are. That's what we have to be to our brothers and sisters. We have to, even, they're going to be wrong, especially they're coming out of the anti-white narrative initially there. They're going to be wrong. They're going to be saying a lot of stupid things. We have to be understanding, diplomatic, and help bring them in. Angbriel is here, and she says, marvelous live stream tonight, Jason. I appreciate all the hard work you do in combating anti-whiteism. Sorry I haven't been around for a while. I've been dealing with so much in my personal life the past few months that I've been too overwhelmed to deal with social media. These GF streams help me so much, and I realize how therapeutic it is for me. I'll be tuning in as much as possible. All hail King Kuna. Thank you so much, sister, for that. We got Clark back here. Oh, and yesterday I conflated two comments, one by Ardent White and who was the other? It was Ardent White and Victorian Time Traveler, I think. So there were two. They both had comments in there, and I squished them together somehow. I don't know, but they were both. It wasn't like one was negative on me and it made it look like they weren't negative. No, it was all positive about the Go Free method. Clark says, a friend told me I'm wasting my time with going free because I'm not reaching the masses. They said I'm not getting anyone of importance going free. Boy, are they wrong. I've gotten the two most important people in the world going free, my son and myself. Sure, I may not have a huge platform, but I'm reaching my friends and family, people who are important to me. I explained that I am a small part of a larger community. And together, we've gotten people who do have a platform, do have bigger platforms sharing our message. Rome wasn't built in a day, and recapturing our destiny will not be either. If I'm the only person that I can help to go free, that is a victory. And it is indeed, brother. God bless you for that. That's magnificent. Yeah, you'll see these objections. And remember, when it comes to a lot of the objections by people who are white sympathetic in the sphere already, they use pretexts. So their objection is not really what is holding them back. In this case, that's what I think is happening here. You're not reaching big enough masses. There isn't anything in the white sympathetic sphere, and there hasn't been anything reaching big enough masses. And there never will be in the way that this guy's thinking. There never will be. So that's not possible. What he's thinking about is a giant party, a giant movement, buying your own, shutting down highways with people marching down the street, this sort of nonsense. That's never going to happen, ever. That's not what's holding this person back. My guess is that, as with most of folks in the white sympathetic sphere, is that you're taking away their toys by saying, we have a method that works. You learn this method, you implement it in their life. Their toys being, they want to doom document, doom dissect, and doom divine. They've done their own research. They want to talk about what they have found that's awful. They want to share the most awful thing that they have found. They want to tell you who they think is really behind it, right? They want to, by the way, this is just reminding me of another part of the announcements I want to mention. And they want to tell you where they think it's going to go. And more importantly, they want to say how they think it can be remedied. So this person probably had some sort of outrageous, once we have 100,000 people, men in every city marching, then, that is in his mind how it's all going to be fixed. And he wants to be able to share that every time he talks to somebody who objects to anti-whiteism, what's happening to our people, and to say, look, no, all of that's a waste of time. Do this instead. This works, is to take the toys away. And unfortunately, when you come across people like that, you just have to point it out to them. In sales, I've had sales jobs, and you just have to go to what their actual objection is. Look, Phil, or whatever his name is, that's never going to work. I realize it's fun. I realize it's fun to say that, but we have something that actually works. And if you really care, then you really should start implementing this. I mean, maybe if you still want to play those things, get online maybe and do that here. They pick a specific chat board if you want to do that until you're bored of doing it, and instead do something that's going to benefit you and our people, right? So we also have, the thing I wanted to mention was the other day I did a show talking about how Christian nationalism, this is MAGA becoming, this is on Jason Goes Political last Tuesday. Christian nationalism, this is what MAGA is becoming. Christian nationalism and inclusive populism. Neither of those things are focused on the white race. Both of those things exclude focusing on the white race. And I get it. There are people out there like Nick Fuentes who they are endorsing the moniker Christian nationalism, and he says that the white race is part of it, but he's not going to be able to decide. The reality is that the alternatives, the dissidents to rhinos, people like Donald Trump and the rest, they are going to define Christian nationalism as without a focus on Western kind or the concern for the victimization of Western kind. It's going to be just sort of lumped in. And in fact, it is, many of the Christians will say it's immoral. Well, one of our good friends was with us, and he in that chat, and then he believed that a bishop, I can't remember the guy's name right now. Kate, what was the guy's name? Bishop what? Both Kate and I watched it, and then we talked about what we had seen, and so the gentleman Rory gave us He said, I think this will change your mind. This Bishop Harrison or something like this said some things. He was interviewed on Joe D. Kay's show, and I think this will change your mind about Christian nationalism. And so we went and watched. This was a 2-hour interview that she had done with this bishop. And is she here? Is Kate here? So we watched it, and no, he absolutely is not standing up for he confirmed what I said about Christianity and about Christian nationalism. And he absolutely confirmed. He said that what the world needs is more Catholics. And Williamson, she responded in private here. Oh, she did on. So Williamson. So that all Catholic countries he was concerned about had birth rates that were, and that's including non-white countries. They had low birth rates, below replacement, and he wanted all of these countries to begin producing massive numbers of Catholics. Well, Catholic doesn't mean white. White people can be Catholic, right? But it doesn't mean white. And he wasn't saying white. He also was, and I feel I want to share this with you all because Rory had just said, "Hey, here's this interview. It'll change. I think it'll change your mind." So I feel like I have to speak to it, whether or not it changed my mind. And because he didn't give like, this is what this guy Williamson said, and then I could speak to it right then. So he also said that we all need, of all peoples, God made us in all of these different races so that we could take care of each other and blend together. That's what this guy said. So that we could take care of it, made us all different so that we could take care of each other and blend together. That to me sounds like biological white erasure. And I don't think it was Jody's intent to put this bishop on the spot and say, why are you so anti-white? Why would you encourage biological white erasure? That's what it sounded like to me. There was no defense of white people. There was no defense, in fact, of nationalism. He said it was a step in the direction of being a good Catholic, and that you can't be too prideful as a nationalist. You gotta rein in your pride as a nationalist and be a good Catholic because pride is a sin. He said, well, we need the opposite of that. White people don't. We need them being fiery, impassioned about our race, our kind, and then our projections onto the world, which are our countries. And that's the exact opposite. So I found it to be absolutely a confirmation about what I said about Christian nationalism. The only thing that this bishop objects to, and he's considered the radical in Catholicism. He and a group of other guys, they're considered like the radicals. They're way out there. And where they're radical is that they object to these folks who are cured. I guess they're not certain about what their gender might be. They change their minds occasionally, and homosexuality. And his objection there was that they don't produce good Catholics. Somebody who's transgender and somebody who is a homosexual are not likely to produce good Catholics. Well, then that leaves, of course, the door open to, well, if they could produce good Catholics, then is that acceptable to you? But ultimately, it goes right to the point of when I said, like, the Baptist church where I started out and then ended up going all around. But the leadership is wholly anti-white. I mean, if the Pope says X, like we said about homosexuals, not his place to judge, then that's the opinion of the church. And you, as an individual member, can agree, disagree, or agree with it. And we have lots of people throughout all the denominations who disagree with what their leadership says, and that's great. And they can be the true Catholics in service to white well-being. But we're in service to white well-being. We're not in service to Catholicism. If the endeavor for the reclamation of our destiny is the pursuit of Catholicism, we're done. If it's the pursuit of the Baptists, we're done. If it's the pursuit of Mormonism, we're done. It's got to be the pursuit of white well-being. You can bring that little religion along with you, but we're putting the one thing that we're born with ahead of everything else. And that's the spirit of the West. And if you might want to say, I like to say, the Creator made us, so the Creator wants it. So you were born with the spirit of the West inside of you. And you can say that's because the Creator wanted it that way. You're given your religion, and you're given your nationality, you're given your political affiliation, you're given all of these other things. But you come into this world with one thing and one thing alone. If you're a Westman, man, woman, or child, and that is the spirit of the West that suffuses every sinew and pore, bone marrow, everything in your body. If you're not loyal to that, you are a traitor. If you don't put that first, you are a traitor to that spirit and to everything else that you claim to be loyal to. Because how can you be loyal to Catholicism or anything else if you are a traitor to the thing you're born with? Seriously. So that's my opinion on this bishop. Ardent White says this: my anti-racist dad is the boomer cycler mascot. My anti-racist, so he calls himself an anti-racist, that means he's anti-white. Dad is the boomer cycler mascot. Before we had a falling out, now listen to this, folks. This is the horror of these rabid, individualistic boomers. Definitely not all of them. We have wonderful, magnificent folks in this age bracket who've had enough. They're white positive. They're implementing the method of go free. This is your typical selfish boomer whose anti-white is all hell. Before we had a falling out, when I would bring up my concerns about anti-whiteism to him, he would say something about how, quote, that's racist, and, quote, I don't care. I'll be dead by then. How many of you have heard that from the boomer anti-whites? Our falling out was so bad that he kicked my husband, his grandchildren, and me out of my childhood home that we were renting from him because he asked us to move there. He forced us to have to relocate in a hurry. Now we rent from non-whites in an almost completely white erased area. When I bring my children to the park, we are often the only white people there. He sold our childhood home to more non-white people in one of the only not completely white erased areas around here, despite the fact that he hasn't lived there or had to pay the mortgage for years. My poor brother lived there alone for years as well, paying the mortgage for my father while he would remortgage the house to buy fancy Harleys. This is what the Harley motorcycle is now, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how Harley gets out of this. It is the boomer cycle. It is the anti-white boomer cycle brand. This is the kind of people that buy Harleys. To buy multiple Harley Davidsons. She says multiple very expensive Harley Davidsons that he would continue to spend more and more money upgrading. He bought our childhood home in 1992 for $75,000 over 10 years. His own children paid the mortgage as rent. He never fixed the place despite the fact that he is a skilled carpenter. He sold it for almost $1 million as a rundown old farmhouse on an expensive lot. How it even still had a mortgage is beyond me. He told my brother that the money he received from selling the house is for his retirement. I haven't spoken to him, but I wouldn't be surprised if he bought a new motorcycle already. He's a boomer, So you can imagine the falling out. The falling out was after he accused me of being disrespectful because I would not wear a mask to an outdoor ice cream truck in the middle of nowhere, no one around, up north on a dirt road in mid-June, even though the people who worked at the ice cream truck made no issues. He is so anti-white, it's disgusting. I don't know if I could ever reconcile with him. It's a miracle that I made it here, having him as a father. I wouldn't be surprised if he is secretly mad at me because I didn't marry a non-white man from his daughter. So that would be, if anybody knows the truth of this POS, it would be his daughter. And I'm really sorry you had to grow up. So many of us out there had to grow up with a anti-white parent or two. That is terrible. Nathaniel Nelson says here, we're going to quickly roll. He says, hey, King, you dropped this. And it's a crown emoji. That's cool, man. Thank you for that. The great Lovely Porge says, his son never asked that question. He's talking about Buddy Brown now, where Buddy started out that video that we reviewed, where he said, my son asked me about whether or not drinking people, smoking people, tattoo people are bad people. Buddy Brown, he says, is fake as they come. But playing along with what Buddy Brown was saying, his son describes bad behaviors, and the dad claims it's okay. Don't judge them because they're making us rich. Great advice, Dad. It's okay to go off with that tattooed smoking man if he offers you money. But he really means, quote, do not judge people who are behaving badly, close quote. If his son had judged an unknown black man as being nice and friendly, Buddy Brown wouldn't tell him not to judge. He would be making another crappy video in his condescending, wise, old Southern fake persona about the wisdom of the uncorrupted youth. Have I told you that Porge is a genius? I suggest people troll him by asking life advice with ridiculous stories. His ego won't allow him to see that it's fake. He wraps up here saying about this guy, a multiracial, multi-gender society, all united under one political system. Okay, so communism? That is so brilliant right there. Buddy Brown in that video was saying that you would be, if he had it his way, if a genie came and he had his way, then he would throw everybody out of the country who didn't agree with the state. So a political system. And he was saying that, we're not going to have communists. Well, that is what communism is. He says multiracial and gender diversity is all good. He actually says that. But everybody has to think the same thing. Can't be communist. Well, that is communism, you idiot. Brilliantly written, Porridge. Let's see if we can't get in just a couple more really quickly here. Hypnotic Tango writes, where does Western kind go after we've recaptured our destiny? In my opinion, the answer to that is this. We begin to clean things up after the metaphorical battle. We take back what the anti-whites destroyed. We begin to try to bring back the wilderness, growing back the woods that have been cut down and making a green world that resonates with our biospirit. We tear down the modern architecture, which is an MP, and bring back the architectural traditions that our folk created. We digitally alter movies to get rid of mean pathogens. Maybe some of the anti-white skyscrapers will be impossible to tear down. If that's the case, then these victory mosques will be a reminder to white children of the danger that is out there in the world. God bless you, Hypnotic Tango. I could feel like the resonance with the environment, a healthy environment, wild environment. I love it. Promethean Epoch says, quoting collateral beneficiary, so speaking specifically about that term collateral beneficiary, is the term of the day. I also like advocacy research and virtue trapping, as these have also helped me in winning arguments against anti-whites. So you see, Promethean Epoch is saying here, the concepts that are part and parcel of the Go Free method have helped him in his life. He's benefited from them rather than been harmed by them. I shut a feminist down last week, and who wouldn't like to do that, right? It's a pastime. I shut a feminist down last week in an argument regarding the so-called income disparity by countering all of her statistics with the simple use of calling it for what it is, advocacy research. Shut her ass right down. I love it. I love it. She couldn't argue against that and regressed to the postmodern argument about how we all have our different truths. By stating this, she essentially admitted to her victim narrative being nothing more than her will to power. Listen to that. Brilliantly written. By stating this, she essentially admitted that her victim narrative is nothing more than her will to power at the expense of white men. Genius. Absolute genius, Promethean Epoch here. The mask came off. The mask came off that easily. If I instead tried to refute her with my own statistics, she would have still been able to retain the victim role of the marginalized and the oppressed group suffering at the hands of privileged white men. And I would have still come off as the villain, even if my own stats were more valid or not. So do you see how brilliant that is? This brilliant individual used the Go Free method. The concepts in the Go Free method was in this conversation with this anti-white calling herself a feminist. With our concepts, he was able to out her as an anti-white using this anti-white narrative in her will to power at the expense of white men, Western kind, Western civilization. Rather than the alternative he paints clearly, giving her his own statistics. You know what, calling her a feminist, how that would have done no good either, and how that would have ended up in the end. A stalemate with him looking immoral in her narrative and her feeling righteous. And feeling righteous and correct enables her to go out to the world with that enthusiasm, that confidence, and aver those positions to even more people. Now, after the conversation she had with Promethean Epoch, now she's going to question. Now she's going to be less confident. Now she's going to be less certain about the next conversation. Now she's going to open up her mouth less often. Maybe she even ends up neutralized. Remember, neutralizing an anti-white is every bit as good as bringing somebody over to white well-being, because then they don't act as part of a unified anti-white effort. They're too caught up in the, am I right? Am I wrong? Where am I right? Where do I end up being right? Am I going to face another person like this, like Promethean Epoch, who's going to immediately out me for what I am doing here? And that is victimizing white men and Western civilization for my own benefit. Am I going to meet one of those? Maybe I won't speak to that guy because maybe he's going to say that. Maybe I won't speak up at work because somebody at work is going to say what that Promethean Epoch guy said. Do you see how this changes the world? Your life and our world. And then rest assured, as it continues to change more, folks in the white sympathetic sphere are going to say, you didn't do that. Back with Porridge again. I think one more here, and then we'll get to calls. Porridge says, an update on the groomer thing, which both Reddit and Twitter have begun to crack down on. Well, pedo is now trending on Twitter as a result of groomer being banned. So it seems the problem is sorting itself out. I agree that groomer was not a perfect word, but seeing them crack down this hard on it makes me think it wasn't totally terrible either. One day, people will realize how important language is, But in the meantime, I'm going to blast them over this one. Anti-whites were forced to play their hand. Well, precisely. And the beautiful thing about this, Porridge and everybody listening, is that this is another demonstration that anti-whites are getting much dumber than they used to be. The leadership of the anti-whites used to all be very bright. They used to be very intelligent. It used to be a bunch of white anti-whites and anti-white Jews that were, the primary folks who were running and orchestrating things in and for anti-whites. Not all white people and not all Jews are anti-white. But these were the people who used to be there. Now, because of their own policies, that people have to be brought into leadership because of their sex, because of their gender, because of their whatever, they need to be brought into leadership rather than their intelligence, their aptitude, their tenacity, their longevity, their history of behavior, etc., successes. They have to be brought in. This, in my estimation, was an enormous error by dumb anti-whites in leadership who looked at this word groomer, which is actually something that undermines and gelds the objection to pedophile grooming or pedo grooming or whatever you might want to use. Instead of just allowing that to go, they ended up saying, let's crack down on it. That brought attention to it. And now you're going to end up with, as Porridge is pointing out here, people are using pedo or pedophile. Maybe they'll start using other words that make it more descriptive in a way that will be more galvanizing for the people who are objecting to the specific behavior, which is preparing children to be sexual partners with adults. That's what we're specifically talking about here. So a big error. And we continue to see anti-whites make more and more errors. And we talk about that here, that one of the big opportunities for us that grows with every year is that their stupidity increases. And as their stupidity increases, our ability to have bigger and bigger successes is broadened and deepened. We have more opportunities. We'll see more like this. And I'm very excited to look forward to that. Let's see them make more errors. I can only imagine that after they broke down with it, intelligent anti-whites were like, good God, what are you doing? Look at how it kept white people absolutely neutered in their country of the UK. And now you're going to crack down on that word? You idiots. But it's too late. They've cracked down on it. It'll be interesting, though. You all will have to get to me and tell me if on Twitter and Reddit, if they pull that back. That would be interesting to me. Because if they pull that ban back, it's not going to be because the people stood up and said, we want to be able to say groomer. No, it's going to be because smarter anti-whites get to them and say, no, we want them saying that, dum-dum. If we could get them saying child perfectionists for this, we would. So just don't be so dumb. You know, if we could get them calling this winning the lottery, we would. If we could get them calling this anything that brings up positive emotions and connotations for them, we would. So don't get them talking about things that bring up negative connotations in their subconscious minds, negative feelings, because when you do that, they get animated. So keep an eye out for that. Let me know. All right, Mr. V, call is coming for you, sir.
Hey, brother, how's it going?
There he is, the champ, the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. V. What's on your mind today, brother?
Well, first of all, I'm glad you're doing better, brother. That's fantastic. I'm really, really glad that you're doing better.
Yeah, thank you.
And second of all, one thing, brother, please add Promethean Promulgation's email, the email for the Tennessee GFC.
Okay.
To the GFC contacts list. I believe I sent it to you on Skype. It should be there. It's tngfc@protonmail.com. And if anyone is in Tennessee and you want to join Promethean Promulgations GFC, it's tngfc at protonmail.me. So that's the latest GFC that we have. Next up,
Awesome.
I'll mention, brother, we did our first skill development event, and that went quite well.
Oh, great. Tell us about it.
Yeah, people enjoy that. So we're taking a course called Building a Better Vocabulary.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so we're going to use that to not only to help people use the Go Free vocabulary, but just to expand their communication skills in general, so that they can have more wins when talking to vagues or when defeating anti-whites, or just in their personal life, because it's so crucial to have good language skills.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing, and we're not going to cover every single lecture because it's 36 lectures. Each one is 30 minutes. I point to people where they can get the full course, the full lectures, but we are going to do the most important ones, and then after that, we're going to be doing other skills. So that's kind of part of our, expansion of GFC events, adding some variety, switching things in. Karaoke night will be back, comedy night will be back, but we also have to add in new things. It's important for people to be developing critical skills like language skills. We're also going to get into memetics and things of this nature, but that will be for later.
Absolutely. I agree completely. You have to have, and I've talked about before, it's so beneficial when you have now this is a realistic, like a mature approach to personal betterment. People will know, and they will know you for that. And then when you bring to them things like the Go Free method, they will take it in that light. They will receive it in that light. And that's powerful as far as being able to change people's minds. Now, when I say a mature way or an adult way of personal betterment, we've all probably met these people who are, they're like lifetime students, and they never get started. They never do. And you don't want to be one of those people. You don't want to be like, you dabble in, ballooning, and then you dabble in, judo, and then you dabble in, don't be that kind of a person. But you're making like serious steps. And that's what Mr. V and these folks are doing here in the GFC. Where do you see that happening elsewhere? It's not. So a big attaboy to Mr. V and everybody who's participating. That's magnificent. Great news.
Yeah, I was quite happy that people enjoyed it. I think that's a good sign. We have a community that is unlike other, parts of the white sympathetic sphere. Our guys aren't allergic to learning.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic. We have a lot of autodidacts. We have people who are, you could qualify as polymaths. We have people who enjoy learning and have more of an anti-fragile mindset. They can accept critique, and they want to improve. Another thing that we're going to touch on eventually is style. Style is very important. You look at our people now, and they don't know how to dress.
Yeah.
The women are dressed in, quite frankly, slutty ways. There's no other way of putting it. It's quite repulsive. Yeah. And men are dressed like slobs, or they look like big boys.
Yes.
And that's really bad. And one thing, brother, that you've done is you've always brought style in. You're always presentable, good aesthetics. Same thing with Jared George. Jared George is a good-looking guy.
Yeah.
And physical appearance and also his style, etc. You could take Jared George anywhere and just enchant people.
Yes. Yeah.
Those are the kind of guys that we want. Yeah.
Yes.
And we have so many things, specifically white men have so many things going against them that you don't need another thing holding you back. People will judge you by what you look like.
Yeah.
It's just a fact of life. So why not take that in your hands and make the most of it? This idea that men aren't supposed to care what they look like, or that it's unmasculine to care what you look like, is ridiculous. That's an MP. Yeah. Men have always cared what they look like. Always. Yeah. And they've always sought to express masculine virtues through their clothing. Right. Or anything else, their jewelry, whatever, through their masculine style. They've always sought to express courage, strength, mastery, honor, aspiration to glory, etc., etc. So, yeah, real men care what they look like and how they present themselves. And it's not that hard to learn. It's actually very easy to learn how to dress according to a specific context with what matches your body type, what matches your complexion, what kind of patterns are suitable for you, etc., etc., to get a kind of result that you're looking for. If you're a guy and you have no interest in masculine style, well, just look at it as a gateway to power, really. Look at it as another way to, reach our people and have them be attracted to you.
Yes.
So that's yet another skill that I want us to get into. We got quite a few plans. Today we're talking about a new kind of GFC event that we might launch. So we're always cooking, we're always brewing.
That's
we're always,
awesome.
We're always in the lab.
That's so fantastic, man. That is such great news. Good people, smart people, classy people, people with integrity, they're coming together here, and it's not. It is the slow, healthy growth that we see here, that we exhibit here, that lasts, that changes lives. We're changing lives without question. This is the kind of thing that lasts. It's anything that jumps up into the air is a weed and doesn't live long. It falls right over. So we're like the redwood, we're like the oak, we're like the sequoia, and it becomes an entity in and of itself, and has many different ecosystems living among its branches and at its feet, rather than the weeds that jump up quickly. So we're really so delighted to hear these things, and I couldn't be happier, man.
Really good that you're happy with the brother, and of course, any suggestion, any critique that you have, please send it our way. I was thinking about the cult slander that we get, but what we're doing is culture creation. I'm not sure if this qualifies as an MC, because every MC has to be tested. It's a meme. The core of a meme is that it's a unit of cultural transmission that replicates, so it has to be tested. But when people accuse us, specifically ant-nats or cult nats, of you're a cult, I would say culture creation is not the same as cult formation.
Oh.
It's quite different, and we're creating culture. We're not forming a cult. It's very different. They form cults.
Exactly. It is the specific definition of a cult, where you have to use these weird anachronistic terms from World War II, and then when you deviate from it, they chase after you to slander you, and they give you these litmus tests. It is specifically a cult. So it's projection when they say it elsewhere. But I like what you're saying here.
Yeah, and recently with this whole this lie, this slander, which quite frankly, in a society where we've recaptured our destiny, someone could get in big legal trouble for making those unfounded claims against you and against the white well-being community.
Right.
You're making claims without evidence. That would be legally dangerous in a society where we have white well-being, because that's not right. You should be able to present evidence, but they have no evidence. We were talking today about it during book club, and by the way, we started Prometheus Rising. So
cool.
Prometheus Rising has begun. Patrick's book club is now on the list of useful MCs, so everyone should know how close that is to finishing the book. And then after, Patrick is going to start Prometheus Rising. So we're going to make our way through the Go Free trilogy, and then we'll bring in other books and other works that we think fit in with Go Free, and of course also do some of our mythology, things that are practical. There's a lot of scammers out there in the self-help, self-improvement kind of community.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I'll talk with you, brother, one day about this guy Ryan Holiday. He's a very interesting case, a very interesting anti-white, because he takes our work on Stoicism and then uses the anti-white narrative and examples from the anti-white narrative to back up that Stoic philosophy and those Stoic virtues.
Wow.
So, his latest book is about courage. Well, it's full of examples of anti-whites being, quote, courageous against, the evil white man,
Right.
right? So it's all this kind of stuff. I'll mention it in the future. But yeah, the book clubs are essential. People should be joining a book club. You've got to be going through the book. You've got to do the exercises. It's interactive. It is a practice. We say it all the time, but it's a practice, just like anything else. You play guitar, you draw, you do vocals, you do calligraphy, whatever it is, gardening. Everything requires practice. And it's no different with Go Free. And every single person who joins us just gets better and better and better. And there's more interest accumulating. So that's fantastic too.
That is wonderful. Yeah, I get so excited knowing that that folks they're showing up and they have the desire and they're getting better and better and better. Because ultimately, I have a little bit of a personal, I guess, or maybe how to phrase it, but I feel good when someone does better than where they were. That's just something that feels good to me. Then I also have I feel really good when anti-whites are defeated by our people, when we defeat them in conversation like Promethean Epoch is talking about here, when we are able to metaphorically beat them up. That makes me feel really good. But connected to that, there is also the team mindset. When I see somebody getting better and with their MP infection, and they're getting better at using the concepts, the Go Free concepts, to defeat the infection in themselves and then those around them, and are able to spread the curative contagion to those people, I see a teammate getting better. And so if my teammates are getting better on the field of life, if you will, the socio-political game field, if you will, when our teammates are getting better, my teammates are getting better, that means my team is going to do better. So that is what we have to be about. If you look at it, any kind of sports, any kind of team sports, or even when you didn't have not necessarily team sports, but maybe in school you were broken up into teams to compete at whatever, kickball or whatever it might be. You want your team to do the best. That means your players, your participants need to be at their best. And the better they get, the better your team gets, the better you do. And that's what I see. That's what I see happening. So that really excites me, that individuals' lives are changing for the better. And then as teammates of our endeavor to bring white well-being to our world and recapture our destiny, we are getting better and stronger as a team. That's very exciting.
It really is. I think there's something in the Western biospirit that despises wasted potential and that which thwarts potential. That's why potential is power, I think, is such a great term and such a great concept, because we want to see beings achieve their full potential. I think there's something in Western kind that wants to see something in full bloom, whether an individual or another life form. And it's really terrible when people have their potential thwarted, and to be able to help them reach that full potential that has been handicapped by anti-whiteism. That's glorious work. That's true glory.
It is.
Yeah. But brother, the vettings continue, and that's fantastic too. If you haven't been vetted yet, please apply to be vetted. We're going to tune the vetting a little bit, make sure that everyone is going through the same process, because we're getting good results. We're getting good people with this vetting method. We're attracting quality people. And it says a lot about someone who is willing to go through the vetting. Again, no private information is required, nothing of the kind. You maintain full privacy and anonymity. But we do need to know that you are truly going free, because the safety and privacy of other people is at risk, and we have to take that extremely seriously. So any vetting that you've gone through, please know, or that you will go through, please know that everyone else has gone through it, including GFC leaders. They've been vetted. Everybody gets vetted. Zeus could come down and be like, hey, how's it going? Great, Zeus. Glad you're here. I think we're going to need to vet you, buddy, and stay away from everybody's wives.
That's right.
But that's about it, brother. Hope I didn't take too long. Thank you
No.
so much for everything that you do, and everyone in the community. You're just everyone that we know about, don't know about, doesn't matter. It's your work and your dedication to our people that matters.
Yeah.
So thank you all so much.
Thank you, brother. Promethean hails.
Promethean Hills, brother.
What a champ. What an epic hero. Mr. B. And so many great folks. I know Franklin reached out to me recently. He's doing some stuff and having success, and as well as everything you can see here. There's so many wonderful people achieving things that are we hoped, I think, and anticipated and expected. I've always said to so many of these guys over the years that when I would outline my plans and they wanted to know, well, how will this part happen and how will that part happen? And some of those parts, it goes to what we were talking about earlier. Some of those things can be semi-specifically planned ahead of time. Other things have to be a bit broader, because you can plan a direction, but given human dynamism, you can't plan much more beyond that. And they were kind of uncomfortable with that, not knowing. And then there is the matter of like the things that, can't be, I don't know, maybe scheduled ahead of time. You just have to understand that. And I had these deep conversations, long nights of conversations, a lot of different old timers, a lot of wise people that I've been, bending on, for years and years and years, getting more and more information, bouncing ideas around. And the one thing I've talked about it before, that you create the context where the one, and there will be many of the one, will identify themselves. They will step up. You don't try to pick them. You don't try to prematurely create the matrix or the context and push people kind of in lines. And you see that a lot, nowadays in like corporate environments, this sort of thinking. It's kind of almost like I don't want to say feminine in nature or female in nature, even though it maybe is a little bit more female than male, because there is an element of the unknown. Like, you don't know for sure. I didn't know for sure that there would be a Naderific, right? I didn't know for sure that there would be a Nathaniel Nuss. I didn't know for sure that there would be a Lunder. I didn't know for sure that there would be a Brad C. I didn't know for sure that there would be a Pants. And yes, I will message you. We're absolutely going to work on that project together. I didn't know for sure that there would be those individuals, but I knew for sure that if we set out on that journey, that these people would self-select, just like the others who self-selected themselves out of this journey with us. You would end up with the ones who know that they're not up to the task leaving, and those who know that they are up to the task and they want that glory staying. And then, you have to guard for somebody who might be like a Spencer type, who might show up and really just want to be there for their self-aggrandizement or enrichment or something. But because of the kind of person that I am, because of what the Go Free method is, it really discourages such people, because it really is a stage-less, a rostrum-less environment when you have everybody gets to be on the stage, depending on their own deeds, their own achievements. Everybody gets to get up on the stage and under the spotlight, and we all applaud based on the successes that they achieve.
So that really kind of makes it like a stage-less environment for somebody who's self-aggrandize. You think about the leader of a lot of these different groups, parties and things, and I've seen them in interviews, and they actually will say things. Well, of course, I wanted to be this because I wanted to be the center of attention. Well, that statement about being the center of attention, seeking glory, is not a problem. That's natural for men of the West. You want to nourish that. That's not what is happening there. What's happening there is this jealous insecurity. I want to be what they're essentially saying in those moments is, I want to have some sort of artificial, sort of be a protectorate of some artificial construction that prevents others from stepping into that limelight that they have deserved by way of their achievements, by way of their time, by way of their talents, their skills, etc. So it's a real selfish insecurity. Whereas here we nourish and we feed the spirit of the West and the drive for glory. And I would carry all these people on my shoulders. We'd celebrate them all because we're all going to get there together. We're all going to get there together or not going to get there at all. Let me take a look at the live chat, make sure I didn't miss anybody. And we got to wrap it up because we are out of time. Next time we are together, let's try to get some more calls. I'll try to get it started, the calls by 8:15, no less. And we'll try to do some. Mr. V has more to share, so he can be longer for sure. But we'll try to keep some choppier, like get on, make a point, maybe two. And we'll have, and we can even kind of, why not like have some of the troll slayers if they want to call in, and we'll have anybody, you can call and make a point, and then we'll go. So we'll have some interaction. We'll make it happen quickly. And just also before I forget, somebody over there on Odyssey, let's see, Objective Reality said, WTF is wrong with Odyssey. That was before I was even talking about Odyssey not promoting me. So it's clearly an issue at Odyssey that they are intentional, unless there's something else going on there, and that the tech guys can maybe tell me. But when I go on Odyssey, there are suggestions to me. And so it appears that I'm not being suggested, or not enough, or to those people who only suggested to those who have already watched me. I don't know. But we don't have any show up from just like general Odyssey. We don't see the people viewing count go up and down from people checking in and saying, oh my God, he's got a red tie on, run away, or whatever it is, right? You would see that, one would think. But Roy says, this particular troll slayer would definitely like to call in next week. Great, man. So we'll make it happen. We'll have like these pithy, make a point and jump off. And since you'll be able to call every week, then you won't feel the need to make 10 points or something, right? Caleb said in the live chat over there on YouTube, and if any guys in here are single, women love no white guilt. If any of the guys here are single, women love no white guilt. Seriously, no need to watch pickup videos. Just read Go Free and wear your no white guilt like a badge of honor. Amen to that, man. Well written. Thank you. Yeah, being a man of the West, it's very attractive. It's so much better. The guys who want to play like tough guy over in some of these other circles, and they talk big, they would say scary things. Women don't like that. So maybe an unwell woman who, the moment after you've taken her home one time, she's immediately telling you what to do and how to live, and then she's going to leave you the next day and tell all of her friends that you beat her or something. I mean, come on. You don't want that. Promethean Promulgation says here, no white guilt. They are just mad you criticized what they felt was a major victory, rightly or wrongly. Well, I wonder what that was that you were talking about. Oh, it's okay to be white and white lives matter. Is that what you're talking about? And then he says, no white guilt, your worst haters will be jealous no matter what, but I think they will have less fuel to slander you if you spoke to why they believed it to be a victory. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess if that's what you're talking about, then both of those instances, I mentioned, at least I think I recall that I said, this is why these people who want to use this believe it to be to believe it to work in argument. But here's what actually ends up happening. And then the one was really just quite a surprise when I was like, I think I said a kid. I probably didn't say a high school kid, but it was a high school kid a week later on TV that defeated It's Okay to Be White handily. And he was non-white. So a non-white high school kid defeated it. But you're right. Thank you very much for that. Victorian Time Traveler says, no white guilt clips deserves an en masse amount of praise. Exclamation point. I did timestamps once, and it was tedious as hell, writes Victorian Time. I agree completely, man. It is not an easy thing to do. That guy he is a workhorse. He is a champ, isn't he? That's fantastic. All right, let's see what you all are saying over here, and I'll check. Make sure we didn't miss anybody here. We got to get out of here real quick. We have get out your raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen, and your 07s. We hit the $20 mark. Brad C has come in here at the very end of this gathering with a $20 financial gift, a hero, a man, a gentleman, a champ. $20 financial gift, active in various ways for white well-being. We love him for it. And he writes here, for Kip, for keeping it Promethean. Amen to that. Yeah, don't forget all of our champs here that financially gifted from, who do we have? Nationalism TV over there, and we had First Last with $100, and what's that? What you go by there? Hardwood Operator, and Sarah with a $50 financial gift. Art Acrobats, Marco in here, and we have others over here. We of course. Who am I missing? Simon JJ, Roy Danton, Dude Bro Moment, I Love Jesus Christ, all financial gifters today, such champions, and so many others here with their comments. And those are the testimonials, the personal testimonials are really something special, because you know that folks who are wondering about whether or not to take up and look into the practice of Go Free, you know that they're wondering, should I do this? And then they read maybe something like one of these champions have written, and then they decide to do it. And it's going to be life-changing for most of them. Some of them will say, wait a second, you mean I can't always share my bi-weekly new idea of how to remedy this? No? Oh, I don't want to have anything to do with those guys. Caleb says, having no white guilt gives you full masculine control. It really does. Yeah, and that's true. I mean, maybe I should write like a little pamphlet. It wouldn't have to be long, about how to, I don't want to say pick up. I wouldn't do that. How to find the woman you're going to marry and have a family with. Is you're obviously, if you're totally afflicted with, if you're a white man and you're or white guy and you're afflicted with all these mean pathogen ideas, all this white guilting, you're not going to be very masculine. It's all going to be a facade. And that's not very attractive. And Roy Danton says, a bit of criticism. Virginia is still a beautiful and wonderful place, at least the parts I spent the past month in. Well, it is. The magic, there's still magic in Virginia. William says, adopt a woodchuck. I don't know, maybe one of these days. So Promethean Promulgation said, someone bought Go Free because of that thread, and I believe 2 others were introduced to it. Magnificent. That is wonderful. Really fantastic news. Victorian time traveler says no way. Gil Clips 07. Yeah, indeed. So we are out of time here. So there's been a really amazing gathering today. Another Going Free gathering. A week we get started here. We're going to make it awesome. We're going to make it revolutionary. We've covered a lot of things, a lot of really important things about making change in a political environment with the people who are going to contend with the Democrat Party, those in the United States, those who are anti-white and the most anti-white and who are destroying things. We can't have any more of these, crypto Democrats, maybe you want to call them rhinos. And we talked about a lot of these. We talked about a lot of folks who had wonderful testimonials about their service to white well-being and how it has changed their lives and how they are infinitely better as a consequence of it. We need to make sure that we take that energy and that enthusiasm and we bring it out to the world. We bring it out to the people that are in our lives, the family members, our friends, our colleagues. We need to make sure that there is that love in our step, because people are going to be able to identify it. They're going to know us for what we project into the world. And they're going to be able to see there's a big difference between white positivity and white negativity. I submit to you that all of these old conferences, these old gatherings, these old political parties, these old ways where they're white negative, that there's this devouring of light, this eating of light. It's like a black hole that's consuming lives. Nothing comes out. Nothing is better as a consequence of going into white negativity and its various stripes. All the way up to like conservative type of white negativity. Nothing comes out of that better than it went in. It always comes out of it worse if it comes out at all. But when you're white positive and you're focused on how you can grow, how you can be better, how we can be a people again, how we can recapture our destiny, how we can share verbiage that has been proven scientifically to work for us on an individual and communal level, there you see light. There you see the nebulae that our telescopes take photographs of in the deep cosmos, where stars are being born. They're like the lives of Western kind being recaptured, taken away from the anti-whites. They burst into light in these nebulae, these nurseries of the birth of stars. Each one of those can be one of you. I love you all. Let's go free.